Everybody ready? Okay. I'd like to call the meeting of Berlin Township Trustees to order. Please rise and join me in the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Bullard.
Here.
O'Brien.
Here.
Rail. Here.
Okay. Time for public comment. Do we have any? Okay, this should be in town, direct to me, full lunch, that sort of thing. We have our minutes.
Susan Rowan, I'm here with Delaware Public Health District, and
Okay.
if I may, I have copies of the things I'll be talking about today. Thank you so much. All right, there you are. And I guess, is that okay to just stand here? Okay. So first up, there is an event happening on March 7th at the Health Department. It's in the morning and it's to celebrate the partnership for a healthy Delaware County. You can come and listen to all the good things that the community health improvement efforts have accomplished in 2023. And then with the next page, it's the same thing, but it's talking about CHIP, Community Health Improvement Plan for 2023 to 2028. You can either scan the QR code there to learn more, but on the back side of that, it does just go into a little bit more detail about what the partnership is about, especially with mental health and addiction, access to care, health behaviors, and community conditions. So lots of really good information to see where we're trending and where we're going as far as health improvement goes. And then finally, there's Recycle Right. And so if anyone's planning an event, they can actually get this free recycling container. Just have to reach out. Does anyone have any questions?
Questions? I've got a couple. One, and has a hazardous waste schedule to pick up, and they've got it on their website. They've got it covered quite a bit. Is that on your website too, or not? And it talks about latex paint we should write and that sort of thing. You can get rid of materials, but sort of schedules and that sort of thing.
Absolutely. I can double check, but I imagine that we do.
Okay.
I imagine that we do. I will definitely email you all and make sure.
Okay, and I'll talk with Kathy and see if we can't get a link to that on our website too.
Okay.
So that we're okay with it.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? This one? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to move forward. We have a motion to approve the February 12th meetings minutes.
Move to approve.
Second. And dispense with the reading.
Any discussion? Okay. Call the roll, please.
Bullard.
Abstain. All those in favor?
Rail.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay. Let's get the meeting minutes. There's a couple things I'd like to pick up. We've got some people here like Doug and Chris Busher. And I believe lady from Trade Bell should too. Could we talk about most of the things these people here so they don't have to watch us go through everything through? And they're more than welcome to be here. It's just like to get this moving forward. Doug and I and Jesse went over, and Doug has responded to the request for engineering assistance that we put together for Cheshire as far as drainage and that sort of thing. And it's a he's got a letter that he sent back. I'll send a copy of it, and,
Yeah. It's an email that I sent to Ron, and then he and Jesse and I met, this afternoon to kind of look at things out in the field itself. There is, basically I went through a summary of what we found out there, and also some discussion points of what some potential fixes could be to address the drainage out there. To kind of put a summary to it, there is an existing series of catch basins and storm sewer that runs along Ford Street. It starts, at Winter Street, and then it flows west towards the reservoir. And that particular storm sewer and catch basin seems to be in fairly good condition, which is very encouraging. We ran a camera through it, and we didn't really find any concerning damage that would cause us to pause and look at other options besides what's out there. Our main concern at this point is the 3 storage buildings that are out there, and their rooftop drainage, just is downspouts, and it just outlets onto the ground, onto their gravel parking lots, and then it finds its way, water seems to always find its way to the lowest point. So basically, my feeling is that we need to address how to get that water from those downspouts into a catch basin, whether that's a new catch basin or existing one, so we don't have that water. For example, if you went out there, Charles Street, on the east side of Charles Street, you'll see the damage from that water as it comes off of those properties and off of those rooftops. There's damage along the edge of the road. I mean, if that water wasn't there, we wouldn't likely have as much damage along the edge of pavement. So, my feeling is that, we need to address how to get that drainage into and get it away from those buildings and route it so it's not running along the edge of the road right now. And then once that's addressed, then we can step in and do some more engineering and figure out a cost to provide some catch basins, some storm sewers, and try to get that water either out to Cheshire Road or down to Africa Road, depending on where we're looking.
And what we've got planned for this year on the road projects is to pave Winter Street with some blacktop, and then take it up a little bit. It should get water off of the street, so it's going to end up in the yards and that sort of thing. The good news, and really we're in much better shape than I was very concerned that we were in, is we've got a storm drainage system that's there, and we can do maintenance on it to fix it and make it work better. The key thing though is getting the downspouts from the 5163 and 5173 into the drainage area, plus the parking lots. We've got the parking lots issues, so there's an awful lot of surface water that's just going out the street the way it is now. We need to get that into the catch basins and work to make that happen. Believe that we've got sufficient right of way along there that we could put ditches along the side of the street if we wanted to. That may not be exactly what we want in the long run.
It all sounds great.
I'm not quite as
Optimistic.
confident, yes. So those downspouts currently don't come to the road.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And the water gets to the road, how?
Flows across the gravel.
So it seems to me like our responsibility is to when it gets to the road right away, not before it gets to the road right away.
That's correct.
Yes.
So that's where it should be addressed, is starting at the road right away, not before.
It needs to be addressed with the landowners there to get their stormwater drainage going to the storm sewer system.
But if you start with that, then everybody and their brother is gonna want you to do that, and I'm not for that, because that's not what we've ever done.
Well, I guess, can you clarify? I mean, our thought is that the drainage, the responsibility is the property owners to get the water from where their downspout outlets now, down out to the right of way.
No, it's not.
It's not the property owner's responsibility to get that water from their,
It's their responsibility to take care of the water that is on their property.
yeah, that's what
And not to throw it onto our right of way.
That's correct. They should have, but what is, the way to take care of it is to get to a place where the water can drain.
Well, but that's the owner's responsibility, not the township's responsibility.
Well,
I mean, any other developer would have to take care of their own water.
well, and that's where they build a pond, but then they
That's
still,
right.
but they still dump it in the ditches and.
At a rate that,
And the homeowners put it into the, streets. The downspouts typically go to the streets.
and I'm not so sure that that should be done, but it has been done, so we can't
Has been
do
done
that.
quite a bit.
I know that, and I'm
that's-
not happy about it, because that's where it freezes and causes all kinds of havoc for the township and the drivers on the road.
Which is the thing that we got going on there right now, because it all goes out there and has no place to go. Doesn't have a way to get it.
I understand the problem.
Yep.
But I think if you aren't careful, you're gonna make a solution that's gonna be a bigger problem for the township elsewhere.
I don't
Well,
really, I don't really understand that.
Because everybody wants to throw their water problems into our ditch, and we tell them, no, you have to take care of your own water.
But we do that with the house outlets right now, and numerous other.
So you want all the water from farms to go into the ditch? Because I know a farm right now would like to do that.
I'm having a hard time understanding.
I'm saying if a
Where-
property owner can throw their water into our road right away.
You're using the term throw, and that's throwing me off, because we're talking about the natural egress.
And
the
if
way
it's
that
natural,
the
then
water
that's
goes.
water that we should be responsible for, water that naturally flows. But if they're taking a pipe to our, because that's what I was hearing, that there's gonna be water from that downspout to our ditch. Now you've changed the whole scenario. It's not flowing naturally to our ditch, it's being shipped right to it.
But the natural flow of the water is onto the street.
That the engineer would have to say.
That's what he was saying.
No, he was saying it's coming from downspout, not from natural flow. So that rooftop
No, it's
brings-
coming from downspout to the rocks.
That's not
flowing
natural,
onto the
that's
street.
not natural. The natural was if that house wasn't there and the water would flow to it, that we would be totally responsible for. But once you put a roof on there and the speed of the water comes down, that is not natural.
What do you say to that, Doug?
I guess what I would say is that, if those buildings weren't there in their current state, and if they applied to construct a building like that, they would need to comply with current stormwater standards, which means that they would have to detain the water on their site and release at a rate that would fit our standard to a sufficient outlet, which
Now I understand.
right now, I mean, today, we don't really have a sufficient outlet for all of those, well, yeah, all three of those buildings technically would have a sufficient outlet. At this point, it'd be either the storm sewer that's running along Ford Street now, or for the building that is adjacent to Cheshire Road, would come out to Cheshire Road.
And that's all.
But, I mean, the horse is out of the barn now, those buildings are there. So I guess we need to try to come up with a solution that protects the township's investment of that road and the degradation of the road right now. So, I mean, we're still in the discussion stage of options as far as how to address the drainage. I mean, a ditch, the township's responsibility is to get the road off the ditch and make it safe. Get the water off the ditch, water off the road into the ditch and make it safe, sorry. That's right. My brain's flowing pretty fast. But, I mean, in this case, I mean, if the preference of the board is to look at an open ditch scenario to get the water to provide an open ditch, say along Charles Street or Winter Street, to accommodate getting the water off the road, then that's, we could explore that.
See, I don't want to set a precedent.
Understand.
This
But this is
whole
kind of a-
situation is rather unprecedented.
But you're causing a precedent by solving a solution, because like I said, this farm would just love to have that water flow to the ditch. To make a nice little swale.
And the other comment is the pipes that are in there, we think are in reasonable operating situation, but they're not big. They're small. They're sufficient for the catch basins that we got. What would be happening would be adding more water to that flow. And
Well, the speed of
the pipes will probably get overloaded at some point whenever we get a heavy rain and that sort of thing. And the water will all go away, but it won't go away immediately, put it that way. And the water may come up out of the catch basin rather than going down in the catch basin if it's coming off the road and flowing until it has a chance to
And
get
see,
out.
what we may do if we do this is turn their problem into our problem.
Well, right now, our problem is to get too much water.
I understand. But you understand what I'm saying.
Sure, I understand. But what we've got right now is, look at, this is what's there. The good news is it's a system that can be maintained rather than having to build a new system or design a new system. And in the long run, the downspouts are the problem. The water coming off the roof and water coming out the parking lots is the problem. That's where the water is coming and flooding the streets.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think we're in agreement, there's a problem, there's a need of a solution, but what I'm not saying on is the solution that's being brought forward. Now, maybe if the property owner worked in concert with us, but I don't know how much they want their problem to go away. I mean, they want their problem to go away by us funding it, I'm sure. But we have a problem, they have a problem, and if it's coordinated, that might be different than just saying, hey, you can have your water flow into our ditch at a rate that's not as it is currently.
Okay, with all that.
The thing to look at is we could look at putting ditches alongside the streets. But if we look at Charles Street, where that is, the right-of-way line basically just goes along the pavement on the east side, but on the west side, it goes way out back into the yard for Charles Street. So the place that you would put a ditch would be on the west side, not on the east side where all the water's generated. So you have to get all the water across the street to get it into that little ditch to flow out. So we want to be careful about doing something with the ditches, and it's a real mess problem. But right now, we gotta look at what we've got here.
Why do we have to get it across the street?
Because we have right away there.
Okay.
And if you bought right away, it would increase your problem because their problem would now be owned by us.
And although we got quite a bit of right away kind of don't give us a lot of room.
It's not convenient.
It's not convenient, and it's not, the pavement isn't in the center of the right of way. So what we've done thus far is put together a plan that puts the gutters into the drains, and just a very preliminary plan. It's not an engineered solution for the whole thing. But, it's just a look at putting the rainwater into the existing swamp system. If we want to do something else, we can attack it, or tackle one. It'll change the cost dramatically.
It might raise the cost here, but it won't open us up to liability elsewhere, which could cost us quite a bit more money.
We need to tread carefully in how we do it.
And I'm not saying we shouldn't do something.
But we had the snow yesterday, and it was just over there. There's a couple little muddy spots, but not bad. And there's a water puddle at, it's on Charles Street over by Cheshire Road. Pretty good sized puddle there right now, but most of the rest of it's pretty dry. And then down by the market, in the road right of way, there's a big pond. The water along Cheshire Road will eventually flow toward the catch basin at Charles Street, and that goes across to, there's a catch basin there, and it goes across the road to get to the lake. And the roundabout will go toward that to drain that way. To cross Cheshire Road, which is the way of the basin. Okay?
Understood, not okay.
Now, you understand, now, the question I've got is, what do we want to do going forward?
So is the peanut gonna cause drainage issues?
As to within Cheshire proper, no. It gives us an opportunity to address the drainage along Charles and Winter Street, but it's not gonna adversely affect the village as it is right now.
Is it gonna cause solutions?
There's potential to piggyback, yes.
Because if it's cheaper to do something in concert, then that makes sense.
That was my line of thinking, is that if we could get the water that flows towards Cheshire Road addressed, in conjunction with the project, not necessarily with the project, but
Yeah, understood.
soon, then we can at least, we have an opportunity, that Cheshire Road is gonna be closed, and we can, that's our road, so our crews will come in and, that pipe that collapsed, 18 months ago, that we had to do emergency closure. We can make that pipe bigger, and that would be at our cost, and then we could try and address some of the drainage on Charles and Winter at the same time. That was my thought of, this might be a good time to coordinate some things and maybe address two things at once.
What we want to do?
I mean, basically, everything that you described, the exception of how it gets there to the start. And that's the source of the problem. But I do like the idea of overlaying that peanut and then having the drainage flow that way. That seems a natural path. I mean, is there any way that the property owners would be compelled to figure out a way to handle the flow and rate of the drainage that goes onto Township Road?
I'd say, Megan, it's probably more of a question for the prosecutor's office to address.
You guys don't do anything related to the discussion of what needs to happen or how to slow it down? Like a recommendation?
We could have some open discussion with them to see if they'd be receptive to.
Find out the prosecutor's office or
With the landowner, I think it's always, I think, better to see if we can sit down and explain your concern and your issue and see how we can work together to accommodate what can be done.
We could piggyback this onto other discussions that are already taking place with this property
Oh, which is it? No. No, okay. Yes, I think that might not be a bad idea.
Okay, if we take a look at 5163, which is the big building on the south side of the street, north side of the street. Everything dumps off into the,
How did that building get approved by the building code for that? Is that your office? Who's
It's not our office, that would be,
Who's code
building
compliance?
safety.
Which office is that under? Is that the commissioner's office?
Yes.
and what I was going to say is they don't have a curb cut. They've got no curb, and it's all access to the street. So the water that comes off of the roof right now goes down, hits the gravel, and some of it goes down through the gravel, but a lot of it just goes out into the street.
Well, going through the gravel isn't 100% wonderful either, because it goes to the subsurface of the road.
So one of the things we could look at would be putting a ditch along that side to be able to drain the water, which would put them into a driveway curb cut situation for the building. Because right now, there is no curb cut, it's a total access. You can just drive off, and the street's like an extension of the parking lot.
So when we get done with this discussion, I want to piggyback on
Okay.
You're saying that creating a ditch would compel them to do the curb cut?
You want?
Creating a ditch would compel them to make a curb cut here?
Well, they would either, you have to do that or drive through the ditch with their vehicles.
On this side though?
Either side. It could be done on both sides.
Well, you got all three sides in the building.
I'm not sure of the legalities of that, that's purely attorney question.
But it's a solution.
I mean, I understand, but I'm not sure we can
Sure.
limit access unreasonably.
Is it unreasonable to limit access when the pace of the water is coming down at such a?
I'm so with you, but I'm not, obviously I'm not an attorney, so,
Well, these are questions that we can certainly explore.
yes. Because it's our road right away. But I also think you can't deny them access.
We can still access it.
Yeah.
Just a little bumpy.
And I know there's some other things going on with those buildings, and I know there's some things that are happening, and maybe this needs to be dovetailed into that whole project. It's all tied together, and the water access, or the amount of water that we're getting there is large, very large, off of that roof. So they went from a grassy area to all of that to being a hard surface, everything going on.
I just don't see how they got through soil and water. And code compliance.
If you would like, I can follow up with the prosecutor's office on some of these potential solutions, because it does tie into some of the zoning aspects that are already being addressed. Or that have already come forward with them as well.
And
Do you want me to do that?
that would be great. And either Doug or I, I'm kind of speaking for Doug, we can provide any technical information on that, or as well.
Yeah.
All three of us understand exactly what's going on.
Yeah. And Doug, do you feel like the concerns that we've brought up are warranted as far as not tying into the sewer system and preventing their problem from becoming our problem, so to speak?
Your concerns are valid, absolutely, but the question still remains is,
How do
you
we
need
solve
to,
it?
you know, to keep, we gotta somehow keep the water off the edge of the road so your road is not being compromised.
Mhm.
And that's the really sticky issue, is how do we figure that out? We certainly need to have this open discussion with the property owner to figure out how to do that accommodates.
And your assessment is that the road is compromised at this
Yes.
point?
Oh, yeah.
It's the kind of thing that happens whenever you put a lot of buildings together and a lot of roofs and trying to get rid of the stormwater. It's anytime you've got that. Okay. Any questions for Doug on
Not on that, but related.
that? Okay.
So, each of the trustees has received an email regarding township access management regulations. Did you at all have a chance to look at that?
Very briefly, is that what you sent? Yeah, very briefly.
So are you familiar, Doug, with the township access management regulations available to townships?
I had some brief discussions with Assistant Prosecutor Tony Stocco, but I'm not real familiar with them, no.
So it is my understanding that the prosecutor's office is not one who constructs the township access management regulations, but it's the county engineer that we have to go through you all. So do you feel able to do that?
We are, yes.
Okay. So the question before the board will be not necessarily tonight, but do we want that? Because there's pluses and minuses, and there's things that we have to do. For instance, we have to have an appeal board.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to be prepared for that if we want to go that route. I personally would like to go that route so that we don't find ourselves in similar situations.
Has anybody else had this kind of problem before?
People have that problem. They don't have this solution. No one in the county, including the county, has this, is my understanding. We've been a first before. I mean, it requires regulation and then enforcement
Mm-hmm.
and then an appeals system. But if we don't like what's happening, we've got to have regulations. And, you know, I don't like unnecessary regulations. I don't like things being unclear to people. So if we do regulations, it needs to have a purpose.
Right.
That's really a benefit to everybody, including whoever wants the access to the road. And then we have to have a system to fairly administer it. And then we also have to have an appeal in case somebody wants to appeal the process. I'm in favor of it, but I know you haven't had time to really peruse it.
Mm-hmm.
So shall we have it on agenda coming up?
Let's put that on the next agenda.
This all comes about because of the question about dumping materials in the street.
Well, that's for this, but why I initiated it was the access onto 3Bs and K from a municipality onto our road.
Sure.
If we don't have regulations, we can't regulate them.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes sense, you can't.
Sure.
If you don't do it to your own people, you can't do it to them.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're going to want to keep cities from dumping all their traffic onto our road without the necessary,
tax base.
well, or just the structure of the
Yes.
road. I mean, because they can put a rickety road up against our road. We don't have a regulation to what kind of drive they have to have. They can just put their drive up to our road. And then you have ditch problems, just all sorts of issues.
I'm okay conceptually with the idea. My issue comes in with the enforcement part. And I just don't like the idea of us having regulations out there that we are not enforcing.
Oh, no, I'm totally opposed to that
We
because that,
cannot enforce because we don't have the staff and the support.
right,
And then you're starting to get into a more monetary investment.
yes. And that's hard for me, but
Yeah.
it's,
Well, it's hard. I think it's hard for all of us.
yeah.
And we would have to manage that staff, and then we have to ensure that staff, and so, I mean,
Properly trained
yeah.
and doing it fairly to all residents, all landowners,
Mhm.
all government entities.
So I think the question to me would be the consideration of, okay, fine, you want to set up the regulations. Do we all understand the total cost investment of this, and are we supportive of that?
Sounds like trails, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds a lot like trails, another worthy investment.
So what is the action item coming out of this?
Well, before we ask the county engineer to spend a lot of time on this,
Mhm.
we need to, in my opinion, to fairly evaluate, do we want to invest what it takes to implement access management? And also, after you do all that, should the county not like what we do, the county can come and create their own access management, and then 1 year later, we no longer have it. Unless we become an urban township. And the definition for an urban township under this statute is, you have to have 15,000 residents and you have to be limited home rule. And then you can disregard the county commission.
And all that does is change it from being the Ohio Revised Code guide for townships to being the township can make up its own mind what it wants to do. It has to defend it with their own borders to be able to do that.
But that's only if the county chooses to, and just like us, they can't do it just for Berlin. If they don't like what we're doing, they have to come up with their own management system for the entire county. That has to be enforced countywide.
But pretty much would be for Berlin, though, because townships would have to have adopted it, right?
No,
Hmm.
I mean, if they want it and the county doesn't want it, they have to do it themselves.
Mhm.
But if the county wants to do it, it's like EMS. The county cannot do EMS for Berlin Township. They have to do it for the entire county. Now, certain townships say, oh, we don't really want you. That's okay. But if called, EMS goes there, whether or not the township wants it or not. Because it's a countywide, in the city of Columbus, it's countywide EMS. Same thing here on this. Now, I don't think that access management affects incorporated areas, though, does it? It's,
Not an attorney, but I would say it's highly unlikely, only because of home rule.
well, I guess they could choose, just like if we were limited home rule
Right.
of 15,000, but it might affect villages.
It's possible to renew RC.
So,
I want to know what salary you would want to approve for an enforcer.
$12 an hour.
Then I'm not in favor. We have building inspectors making $85,000 in the cities around us.
You didn't say what I would do, you said what I want.
That's fair.
So what's the action item again?
I'd like to have it on the agenda for next meeting and more thoroughly discuss it. And if you toss it around at the county's engineer's office to see what their attitude towards it is. And perhaps if you have some examples of other townships throughout the state that has implemented this, and then we could maybe contact them to see what kind of true costs are involved. And they probably have a template of an access management plan that makes sense. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel if somebody's invented it.
Correct. Yeah.
That's all I have on that item. So if we may have that on the agenda for next meeting.
Access management plan.
Thank you.
What I saw in the letter that we got from the prosecutor was basically, it was a listing of all the legal points. It wasn't a sample set of regulations.
Right.
It was this is what you gotta comply with,
Right.
to be able to do whatever it is you wanna do.
Right.
But you gotta define what you wanna do.
I would agree.
Yeah, and what we're asking for is help with what do we wanna do?
Right. So, because if you can give us an idea of what we can do, then we can better ascertain what it would cost to implement and to enforce. Because otherwise it's very nebulous.
And if we could start with a small sample of what we want to do and be able to add to it in the future, that makes perfect sense to me. And if we can do something that the county engineer is happy with, then I think it's something that avoids problems in the future. And as far as people.
And quite frankly, if the county wanted to do it, then we wouldn't have to.
Right.
So it's not necessarily a bad thing if the county came up with a
Right.
access management plan. I just don't want to spend all the money and then the county take it over.
Understood.
But if Chris likes the idea,
Okay. Anything else? Okay, anything else for Doug? Doug, anything for us?
That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Doug.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for the information.
Sure thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things to take here. Just gotta fill in a couple more pieces.
Okay, and then,
Sure, Doug.
yeah. If you want to introduce her.
I'm happy to, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Are you
I'm happy to
from
introduce
Fayetteville?
myself too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Part of the reason I wanted to come was actually to introduce myself.
Yes.
My name is Erin Hirschschneider. I was able to speak with Trustee Rail at OTA conference a couple weeks back, but Scott Belcastro is no longer involved in the business. He had sold a majority ownership a few years back, and that transition process is now complete. Just wanted to come and make sure you had my contact information as a point of contact, kind of day-to-day moving forward. The only thing that has changed is we moved our office from Mansfield to Columbus. So other than that, Traybell is around, all the programs are still in place. None of that changes day to day. That's really the only significant change there. I know you guys have a really busy agenda this evening, so I was going to keep it short and hopefully I could come back in a couple of weeks to have a more in-depth conversation. But now is a good time to look at both your gas and electric programs. One, they're expiring in the next couple of months. So gas is up at the end of April and electric is up at the end of May. February, typically not a good time to look at this, but 70 degrees outside today. We've had absolutely no winter this year, so that's kept the markets in a very cooperative place. For gas, it is my understanding that you have been on a variable rate, which is akin to what the utility does, meaning the price changes every month. There is an adder associated. Right now you have a guaranteed discount off of that adder. So residents are guaranteed to pay less than what the utility rate is, even though it changes month to month. So we can easily continue that moving forward. I think the market's in a very good place, especially going into summer. People don't have a lot of usage. You're not really at risk to have some wild market volatility like we saw a couple years back when the Russia-Ukraine conflict had first started. So I think that's a fine strategy to keep in place for the time being. And as we're entering into next winter, if we see things starting to look like they're going to be tumultuous, we could talk about putting a fixed position in place. But I think if you have been comfortable with that historically, you know your residents are going to save money. I think that's a fine way to go forward.
What we've done historically is go with a fixed rate for both gas and electric and past, but just recently we've gone with the discounted rate off of the, discount percentage and it was because of the instability of the market. And we weren't sure which way the market was going and all that sort of stuff. So that's a little different position that we're in. That's not our historical position for the township.
Okay, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I thought it was beyond just this past term, but
Yeah.
that all makes sense with time.
In the past, we always just went with a fixed rate.
Okay.
And that way everybody knows what it is, and it's, sometimes you're really good, and sometimes it doesn't work out for you,
Sure.
but in the past, it's pretty well worked out for us always.
Yeah, it's, I think a good way to look at it is an insurance policy of if there is some wild volatility that we see and residents are going to be exposed to paying that high price point with the utility. But like I said, we don't think there's going to be any winter left to be had here. And the usage goes way down during the summer months. So if you're comfortable on the variable month-to-month rate, then I would suggest keeping that in place until at least maybe August, September. And then as we're getting into the fall, kind of looking up if there's an attractive opportunity to go back to a fixed price.
I'm in the position, I'll listen to what you got to say.
Okay, sure.
I'm not saying that I like or dislike it at this point.
I'm open as well, so I look forward to having a more in-depth conversation. But I can say that we locked in the fixed rate for electric and get routinely inquiries from residents. I think you've been involved in a couple of them and appreciate your responsiveness on that. Hitting at the 0.0849 per kilowatt from Archer versus the 0.057 from AP Energy, and there's these questions, and it's fairly easy to explain that we locked in the rate when we thought there would be crazy variability, but now that it's lower, it's it's difficult to justify that to the residents. So am I hearing you say that we could also potentially, just for the consideration of the board, pursue that variability month to month with a discounted rate, even in electric as well?
So that is an option. That is one I would not recommend for
Okay,
electric.
and why not?
Because you see a lot more volatility and you see the prices go much, much higher. So I think that is just too much risk to carry, especially when the market is in a very low place.
Right.
But what we can do, because that agreement still goes through the end of May 2024, so you still have a couple of months, we can do what's called a blend and extend, very fancy term, just to say you blend the remaining duration of the contract in with the current market rate and then put an extension behind it. So that way you can reduce the residence rate now you could do April and May, so at least 2 months. And it would bring it down to like the mid-6 range. And then they'd have another approximately $15, $17 of savings a month. So that could happen right away. And then have the extension behind it that is at that same fixed price. That's very competitive to market right now. So that would be my suggestion, because I hear you on that. And there was a couple other communities in that same position. The utility rate, so not AP Energy, but the AP rate is still, 11 cents or 11 cents. So while 849 is high compared to competitive price, it's still, significant savings over the default rate. But then bringing that into that, mid to high 6 cent range, that's going to give additional savings. You're more in that 40% savings rate against utility. So I'm happy to talk about this if you want in depth now, but I'm also happy to come back.
Yeah.
Like I said, I know you guys have a really full agenda tonight.
So I've not been happy with Trigger in the past.
I apologize.
And I would go to the data that's presented is not always annotated. when you bring data, if you can bring the citation and be able to explain why it is germane to what is actually being talked about.
Okay.
So if it's not clear, I wouldn't waste my time if I were you, because it will cause confusion and you won't leave happy. But I love data that we can make a decision. And I know some things are unknown. You can't make known what's unknown. I get that. Markets are markets, and what happens 10 minutes from now is old news to an hour from now. Okay, but I want you to be able to explain exactly what you're presenting.
Sure. I appreciate the feedback.
I
I
have
think the
a,
referencing and, you know, like very specifically, if I may, if you have a chart that's going like this, you have to have an x-axis and a y-axis.
labeled
Certainly.
graph would be
I think that's a
helpful.
fair ask to be able to accommodate. No problem. Yes. I think it is helpful to show those market graphs, to say, here's historically where we've been, but also context of what you're looking at.
And then, yeah, and then, you know, just a reference of this is where it was pulled from, this report or this link even, so that we can go and do our own research and make an informed decision, feel like we're making the most informed
Right.
decision for the time.
And if a graph is being used because there's a correlation to another market, explain that. But don't say this is this when it's not that.
We're working through some things.
Yes.
Yeah.
All fair asks. If there's anything else I can do, you know, to improve in the future, you know, I'm happy to take feedback. So please. That's what I'm here for.
You mentioned the dollar figure. Did you convert that previously, the 8.49 versus 5.79? How much savings is that per month?
That's what the figure I gave. Yeah,
Okay.
it's in a $15-16 range per month
Okay,
for
so-
average resident.
So the average resident, because we had fixed in the rate at the time, and
Yeah.
and we're talking about AEP energy right now, not AEP. So we're still below the utility price,
Correct.
but we're still 15.
Above the other competitors.
Above
And
the-
that makes sense because they all can jump in the market at a different time. And you know, it's like a stock, oh, I wish I bought it at this price, but nobody bought it at that price, but one person.
But if we can get to the 6.5-ish mark,
Well, here's what I would want, and this is where data is helpful. If you do extend,
blend and extend.
blend and extend, well, how does that differ from if we just extend? Because, you know, you're blending it, so but what would the market be after the expiration of the contract? So, I mean.
Could you get lower after 2 months, in other words?
Right, so is the blend really an equal out, just extended, or is there a markup because of some reason that I'm not aware of, you know, just.
Sure.
So if we have a sample, that would help, because I would imagine these upcoming months are probably the least used of the electric, because you don't have air conditioning and you don't have heating. I mean, you have it, but you know what I mean, it's not extensive. And so it might be better to not blend it if we're actually getting the same over a period of time. So that's where the statistics, and we're all educated, so we all can
Do our homework.
do our statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to give you both data points, so you
Okay.
can see it.
That'd be
I
great.
understand what you're saying. You don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul type of a thing here.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll happy to give you a rate that is just the extension, forget about the blend for the 2 months, and then give you that as well.
Yeah.
And then the 6.5 range I gave you, it's for a community we're working on right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean,
It might-
as you had
yes.
just said, yeah, that
Well,
will change.
we
it.
understand the volatility,
Yes.
yes.
Just have to put the disclaimer on.
Well, and I appreciate that, but then when we make a decision, we will need firm numbers at that time, but
Yep.
Yeah, as
you
a-
get it all.
Yep, and that's exactly right. So, you know, would be happy to present whatever documentation ahead of time, and then we plug in the applicable rate for whatever is chosen.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So you're wanting to come back to us with a proposal or solicitation?
Recommendation, and if the board feels comfortable moving forward, I could have documents prepared to do so. if you need more time, then I'd be happy to return afterwards.
Okay, and when does ours expire, the program we got right now?
Gas is the end of April this year, and electric is the end of May.
Okay, and can you be back in 2 weeks?
Absolutely,
So we need to have you on the agenda in 2 weeks.
that would be great, yes.
Does that work for everybody?
Yeah, and can we put it at the beginning?
That works, I'm
Yeah,
flexible,
yeah.
no problem, thank you.
Claudia, can we put her at the beginning?
She just said that.
Oh, sorry, I was talking to her.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay, and if there's any other feedback between now and then, feel free to pass along. I'm happy to, be prepared with whatever info would be helpful, but I hear you loud and clear, unapplicable and well labeled and, relevant. Yeah,
Thank you,
fair. All right.
very much so, appreciate
Of
it.
course, nice to meet everyone. I'm looking forward to seeing you in a couple weeks.
Thanks.
Okay, do we have anybody else that's,
For peaceful crossing,
for,
for the next item.
Extension that was under.
Oh, the extension.
oh, the recycling?
No, Peach Blow Crossing under zoning.
So is that an advertised 7 o'clock time certain?
No, this is, trustee items.
Should we wait or?
Trustee items in here.
I think we're okay. Well, it's to the chair decides.
Okay,
Ready?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
gotcha.
I have a little. So, nice to meet all of you again. My name is Shay Reddy. I am the partner, one of the partners in the Peaceful Crossing project. Myself and Manoj Bokla here are the owners of the land. And we had, I'm sure you're familiar with Tony Ironman, he was helping plan this all out. We're currently asking for an extension in our zoning, preliminary zoning, so that we can get to actually finishing our project. We got a little delayed with our financing and also with our planning and our just kind of moving forward with the project. So with the high interest, we had to pay off our loans, we had to get a new planning partner, and we'll be working with Kimley Ward to finish out the rest of the engineering work.
I'm sorry, with whom?
Kimley Ward, who they did the preliminaries already. And that's where we are with it. So we're requesting some time to basically get our stuff in order and start our development work. I think the zoning expires in, is it 1 year time frame since the approval?
It's not that the zoning is, it's you have a year to come back with a final development plan. And what this is we're looking for that final development plan to come back. And what you're saying is you've changed the people.
Right.
You've changed the people you're working with, so you don't have a final development plan. What you're asking for is a 3-year extension to get that final development plan.
Yeah, I put down 3 years. We obviously don't need 3 years, but we need some time to work with Kimley Ward to get our final engineering in place.
Am I understanding that correctly? You all
That's how I interpret it.
have the same understanding or not?
And you've been working with Kimley Horn before they did the preliminary?
Correct, yeah. So they already have all the information. We were not able to engage them right away. We were trying to figure out, see what's happening in that area with the temple and with the adjoining 60 acres next to it. We were talking to them to see if we can somehow all work together with sewer and this and that, and they don't have their act together. They're not talking to us, and it's like, it's been this whole run around, wait 1 month for this and that. So we kind of gave up. Hopefully something, maybe we can all work together on it, but if not, it is what it is.
So may I ask a question?
Sure.
So are you anticipating the sewer coming from 23 or are you anticipating it coming from the east?
We were planning to, according to regional sewer authority, they told us that we need to put in a lift station and pump it east towards the church. And that's one of the other big things. I mean, it's a major cost to us, and that may in the future be rectified again based on where the sewer is coming from.
Yeah. But if it goes to the west, you might get stuck paying some, what are those fees called?
additional fees.
Yeah.
So,
So, yeah, one of the big things that's happening, I mean, too, I think a lot of the smaller developers are, there's not enough, non-track home builder lots. And the cost of development has gone up and the cost of money has gone up. So kind of we hit the trifecta of bad timing. And I think we took a really long time to come to you guys since when we purchased it to kind of go through the whole approval process. If we had been done sooner, Brendan, that's on us, we would have gone to market sooner. But we got caught in the high interest rate game, so we had to take care of finances first before we could actually move forward.
I think 3 years is rather excessive. You mentioned that you could bring that down. What do you think is reasonable to be able to?
I mean, we need probably 2 years, I mean, as an extension, but I mean, realistically, our plan is, I mean, we're talking to Kinley right now to start going through this stuff. And they typically need about 3 or 4 months to finish through. And then I don't know how long from there to final zoning approval, how long does that take?
it depends on if you're compliant to the zoning code.
I mean, yeah, some of the development partners that came to us, every single one of them asked us to, they asked at least, and we said, well, we've been through it already. They asked if we can have more density, if we can, squeeze them together more, have access off of each flow.
So
We told them that.
So all those things would extend it to maybe never.
Yeah. So we went through that, so I told them, this is what it is, and let's try to build this out.
Because if you go with what was approved, you can go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
That's the idea. That's the idea, is to do it. The only reason we were even talking to some of the other land parcels next to us was that it hopefully would kind of make the sewer expense a little bit more reasonable. So, and also we have another issue. We don't have easements from our neighbors to get to the church. So we either have to go across the street and go from the school and then go across, or we have to do something or another. We have to figure that easement part out too. So that's another thing that may cause us some delays. So I don't know what that means, so that's why we're kind of asking for extra time.
So what I'm hearing is it's not really the development. Usually people are stretching out because.
I don't have a lot of empathy for somebody in this position because they take on the risks and they get the rewards as well on the other side of it.
Yeah.
But I do think that sewage and sewer concerns not being worked out is a reasonable item of delay. And I do also think that, the idea of the lift station and pump, to the east of the church, and you guys assuming that cost. I worry though that 3 years is just going to allow people with the questions trying to get more density of trying to push it through.
Well, yeah.
Delay, stall, and then they're not putting forward good faith efforts to actually pursue the zoning and the final development plan.
I understand that, and that's why I asked if you want more density. I'm thinking basically you're getting a no.
Yeah, because our partner, some development partners came along, right? So one of the guys said, well, we'd like to build, multifamily. I said, no, we've already been down that path, or we want to build more homes. It's not working out. See, to be honest with y'all, what's happening is the amount of development cost it's costing to do it, the margins are minimal at best. So even when we calculated, we think, Pulte's making so much money, or this is making so, we go look at the real numbers, and the margins are not there because of the high interest rates. The buyers are there for the homes. We have people who want to buy houses from us, but the margins are not there. See, that's why everybody's hesitating, and that's why there's slow home sales and all that kind of stuff. So we're really trying to figure out that portion of it. And once we came back, we said, we're not going to lengthen this process. So that's why we went back to Kinley and said, can you quickly do engineering for us? And can you finish up the process so that we can move forward? So.
See, and I feel a little bit because that area, my experience with the regional sewer district is it could flow one of three ways.
Right.
And so
the sewer district isn't really excited about it because it's not leading to something else. It's a terminal
Mm-hmm.
place.
Right.
And so the sewer district is not gonna invest money in it. It's just, you got,
Yeah, they're giving us I don't know, a $500,000 to a $1.5 million bill. I don't even know what it's gonna cost, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
and so, because it could have gone all the way up by Shanahan, or it could go the church way, or it could go back, well, to Shanahan, but in a different direction.
All the reward is being eaten up by that sewer, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I mean, the reason we also got delayed, besides our, the market and the finances, we have to figure out that sewer, and this is the only one way which seems to make sense for now, which is lift station and go down. It'd be nice if we didn't have the lift station, but.
Yeah.
Well, and having been a county commissioner, I hate lift stations because they suck up a lot of electric.
Mm-hmm.
They're really, and then they need maintenance, and this size is not gonna be very big, so it's gonna have to be maintained all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So my recommendation, to cut to the chase, is a 2-year extension.
Just to do what now?
2-year extension.
Yeah, I've got two problems. The 3 years is excessive to me, and whether it's 2 years, 18 months, I don't care, but something less than that. Because I think if you're going ahead with it, if
It
you're going
shouldn't
ahead
take
with
that
a
long.
project, it should be. 3 years is excessive.
Yeah, see, one of the, okay. I think we should be done in 2 years for sure. I mean, if we're not done in 2 years, I mean, what are we doing? We have a lot of money stuck in there, so we're dead in the water if we're not done in 2 years. We got a lot to lose.
And then on point 3, the word that kind of I'm stuck on is intend. I think what you really mean is we will continue your commitment.
That's correct, yeah.
And if you want to change it, then that's not an extension of the zoning, it's a zoning application change, and you start with, you go through that whole process.
Yeah, our goal is to keep 77 single-family homes and go forward with that.
Mhm.
One comment we did get back from one of the developers is we said, I think in there, I'm not 100% sure, but we said we put in some pickleball courts or something.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody came up and said, do you know how much of a pain in the butt it is to live next to a pickleball court? And I said, look, I mean, I play in a park. So in Evans Farm, where we built some houses there, they're putting it out in the T-junction in the middle of the thing over there, and they're playing. And now you got a bunch of people complaining up there. So, we'll put it in, it's just some cement, and it's not a big deal, but
So that's not like density to me. So pickleball, if you can convince the zoning commission in final that you can do something as aesthetic, so you're not trying to cut corners dollar wise, but you're doing something, I think.
That's not even where you really save money, you save money on the sewer.
Yeah.
Pickleball courts, nothing.
So to me,
But
that's
I
not,
do think that being near to, there's a lot of noise already over that way.
well, that's by the railroad.
Yeah, that's so, in my view, even though it's disturbing, I think probably what would be a little bit more disturbing would be the train,
That's been one of
I
our
live by a
challenges.
train and it's fun.
You've lived by a
I-
train the whole
I-
life.
My entire life. So, but here's the thing, is what I'm saying is that it needs to be an amenity of equal or better.
I agree.
It should
At the
be
minimum, it will be a
pickleball.
pickleball court.
It should be pickleball.
It should be, but
No, I
it
play
has
pickleball
to
too,
be.
so I love it. I don't mind a pickleball court at all. I'm not gonna live there probably, so.
But really, what I'm just saying is, it's not a deal killer. You come in with 78 homes, that's probably a deal killer. But pickleball, maybe for you.
I did get injured this weekend playing.
There's one
pickleball,
planning change that may come up, we're trying to do this, I don't know if we'll be successful. There is one open piece of land that we're trying to acquire that doesn't have a house on it. So the entrance would move over a little bit, if we can get it. We haven't got it, and they're not responding to us. But then we save a house, or we save our problem of,
Yeah.
or maybe that house still goes and we have 2 ins and outs, I don't know. But it would be better if we acquire a piece of land which doesn't have a house on it, which is a little bit wider too. So.
Now, the only thing that when you get to there, that I'm thinking that we spend a lot of time on, and is those CPUs, and all of a sudden you're gonna change where those go. that can be a narrative to us.
Okay, yeah, and also that might change everything, but we don't know yet until final engineering is done. So we don't even know if that's an option, but we just try to keep the options open just in case.
Yeah.
Because, that'll save us, a couple $100,000, which will offset the sewer cost. So that's the only thing, but other than that,
That would be the same amount of acreage?
yeah, they're all the same, they're all within 5-10% of each other. They're all like boxes right on each one. So the idea would be just to get a lot that's an empty lot, if we can get it, but it's some older lady who lives somewhere else and she gave it to her son, and son works somewhere else and that kind of stuff, so. It's just an empty piece of land that nobody seems to care much about. So.
I don't have a problem with the timing, but if you could put a
Will comply.
shorter period, and that I'm still hung up on intend to.
And we'll just say we'll comply with.
Do you have the letter yourself? Do you have a copy of it?
Oh, yeah.
Can you make that changes on the request?
Oh, yeah.
And we'll put it in as exhibit? And so point number 3, it will be, we will keep our zoning as per the original approvals. And then you'll just change
Change it to 2 years.
2 years.
And can I email you this revised copy? Email, okay.
Sign it, put the sign.
That one, so we have
Oh, this
that.
one, oh.
So it'll be an official, exhibit, but then she can put it into the minutes in a new.
All right. This works, and saves me a lot of work.
And do you want a copy of this, like an email to you?
Yeah.
Sure. No problem.
I think with the lift station and pump and the things that need to get figured out there, I do definitely agree with
Yeah.
you.
Well,
I think,
I'm sorry.
and I think with the fact they have already procured Kimley Horn, they have already handled the financial aspect of, which is, the critical part to really get cranking. It does seem to me that there's good faith effort toward 2 years.
So the one thing I do want to clarify is it's not just because of the lift station, but it's the location of the land.
Yes.
That
That
has
there's multiple
alternate,
options.
that,
yes.
that is out of their hands, that it's in the regional sewer district's hands and really the commissioner's hands, and many hands make a heavy load.
One question I have for you is, when there is a stormwater easement, does that imply there's a sewer easement as well, or can we go underneath that? Is that a thing, or is that 2 different easements? Okay, there is already a stormwater there, so I was hoping we could kind of go underneath the stormwater easement, but I guess not.
Well, that's a question for either soil and water or the county engineer's office,
I'll reach back to that.
and probably both.
Yeah.
And the sewer department also asked us to run, I was looking at the documents, I was like, wait, because we're going through the engineering process, so they wanted us to give the option for the homes to connect to the sewer. That means when you have 4 lines of houses like this, rather than put a sewer line in the middle, now we have to put an extra sewer line on this side to accommodate 15 houses on.
On the other side, outside of
Yeah,
it.
so it's a whole extra line.
Yeah.
And plus, they don't really like it. I don't know if they really like it because they already have septic. So if they get forced to join it, that's not gonna be very fun.
So,
I don't think they will be, right?
well,
I don't anticipate them being assessed.
oh, I wouldn't say yes or no to that, because when they plat, when you plat your land, you sign on there that if sewer is near there, you will pay and you will connect. So it may be in their plat that they have to. And if they're somewhat failing and it's a wet area, they may force them because of the health district.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't venture to say one way or another, because it's not our purview, but I would not speculate on that particular.
In general, is there an interest, because a different developer approached the temple, the land, and the other land and us, and they asked if it would be something like some sort of a, 60 plus 30 plus 50, 100 and whatever, 150 acre type of development, where if it's like more integrated, is that of any interest for us to pursue that anyway? That's a complete new project. It's nothing to do with what I'm talking about but they asked. And I said, I don't even know if that something like that would fly because it's a big investment, big dollars going in. And I was a little apprehensive because it would change what we're doing.
I have no clue.
Yeah, I know.
Because what they want to do is, again, commercial strip, multifamily strip, regular residential, jointed, golf carts going in.
I mean, they would all have to,
They'll have to come
they
together.
would all have to come together and bring forward something.
Yeah, and you're asking for things that aren't in the comprehensive land use plan, and I think they're asking for.
It would be more, it would definitely be more than the density, but they're trying to offset, single family, bigger single family and.
So I would refer them to the comprehensive land use plan.
Okay.
If the comprehensive land use plan allows it, easily done. If
not,
it's not in there,
you gotta go there.
good luck.
Okay, no, that's all I had. All right, anything else, any questions for me?
Do we have the case number for that? You don't happen to remember it, do you?
No, I don't.
What's the-
Do you remember the date that we approved it?
Is it not on there? I think I gave you my last.
Was it done in 23 or 22?
I think it was 22002. 22002, Beachville Crossing.
Okay.
Is that right, Claudia?
That sounds about right.
Even the one I took is
22,002.
published online.
Yeah, 22002. Um,
22,002.
Move to accept the applicant of BZC case 22002's request for zoning extension for Peachblow Crossing letter as exhibit 1. We already have exhibits. Not within the case, as exhibit 1 for tonight. This meeting.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't have any exhibits, so I can call it that.
It doesn't get added to the file. It's added to the meeting minutes, but not to the case file. Once the case is closed, it's closed.
But the zoning inspector needs to be able to access it. Not to have him to go through the minutes. Have you completed your motion?
Yeah.
Second.
So, call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We didn't approve it yet.
Okay.
We just accepted as the exhibit.
Okay,
So,
Do we need to declare it a major minor?
no, it's just an extension.
Okay.
Move to approve the zoning extension for Peachblow Crossing, BZC case, 22-002 to 2 years from today's date, which would mean February 26th, 2026.
Based on this letter.
At the applicant's request.
And you said, zone, the preliminary plan is being extended.
Application for the preliminary plan for land amendment.
I second.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes,
Bullard.
Yes.
thank you very much.
No,
Have a good evening.
thank you. You too.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good night, there.
can we do the fire department requisition?
Yes. Okay, as you may have. As you received earlier, a copy of the requisition for the generator. When they did one here, then I inquired about the one at the fire station, and it needs service too. So I move that we approve requisition 2024-30 to Cummins Sales and Services for an amount of $4,695.44, with the anticipated cost being $4,268.58, for the purpose of planned maintenance agreement.
Second. Discussion? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Round,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes. Okay, skip on down. Fiscal officer items, payment table.
Do I need to be approved as executing this? Or should all three of us sign it? So do you all want to sign it, or do you want to approve me to execute it?
What?
The sales contract, the maintenance agreement for what we just approved?
or I can have AJ sign it.
Move to move to appoint trustee O'Brien to execute all associated documents with the generator for the firehouse.
Second?
Call discussion? Call the roll, please.
Round,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
And inventory.
I'm still waiting on your guys' inventory. I have everybody else's. I'm just waiting for trustees.
Me?
Whoever, I think you took the list.
I thought we went through everything and that Kathy was just gonna fill in the kitchen stuff.
I got it back.
Okay.
I know where it's at.
Got it.
So, what do we got resolved?
I need it, whoever has it, I need it completed.
I'll check to see whether I can look into that.
Okay.
We don't have to file that with the engineer's office anymore, do we?
I never have.
It used to be in the code, it had to be, but I think they might have changed the code.
I thought he missed this part.
Mr. Chair, if we could go to the payment listing.
The what now?
The payment listing.
Yes.
I move that we approve the payment listing of 2/27/2024 through 2/29/2024 for an amount of $102,076.48.
Second. Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Round,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Okay, we got a couple minutes, OPWC conversation.
Okay, so I did attend the PWC, and I found it actually particularly interesting, and because I asked a lot of questions. And they were very helpful. So we're having Shanahan coming up, right?
Mhm.
So one of the things that I found interesting was that you can change the application after it's been turned in.
Mhm.
And the reason why I asked, can it be? Because they were indicating, oh, this applicant changed. And I said, can you do that? So let's say there's 42 projects, okay? And there's money for the grants of 21 of them.
Mhm.
And there's money for, the loans for 25 of them.
Mhm.
So the question is, well, if you came in at 21 here and 26 here, are you thrown out because you asked for a loan and you didn't get the money for the loan, but you did get the money for the grant? Are you just, and the answer was no. You can revise it to say, we don't want the loan. You can do it conversely. No, we don't want the grant because we didn't get the loan, so we're just canning the project.
Right.
And you can also do it that you got the loan, but you didn't get the grant, and say, no, we're not gonna do it because we didn't. Or you could say, yes, we'll take the loan, even though we didn't get the grant. So all of those parameters are available to us. I did not realize that. So there is an advantage of one of the three, whether it be the county, Orange, or Berlin, asking for a loan because we get 2 or 3 extra points. And when it comes down to it, there's a tie for the last place, and there are people who get it and there are people who don't, and 1 point makes the difference. But then we need to coordinate who that is. And quite frankly, I don't see it as a bad thing, because if we're getting tip from the green, that would be a perfect revenue flow into paying off the loan.
And that's to be a joint application between Orange and Berlin for the Shanahan Road project. So that should have a loan application on, and it's gonna be for one of the townships or both of us.
Or the county. But I feel that county engineer knows what needs to go into the applicant to make it go through. Because how much money we ask for versus how much we put into it affects whether or not we get it. And so they can get a feel for what the projects are, because even though they don't tell us what everybody's applying for, the county is doing all these applications for all the townships, the cities, and the villages. So that's really all I had to share, but I found it interesting, and I wanted to relay that we could change the application after it's submitted. You can't ask for more, but you can ask for less. Or you can ask for more, but it ain't coming.
And the other thing that's kind of interesting is you don't have to spend the money in the year that you're approved. You've got some period of time to be able to spend it. So if we get, like, if Park Road, if we hadn't been able to do it the year we did it, we could have done it next year.
Which is a little bit of a change, I think.
Well, the good thing about it is when you go out to bid it, we've taken the county engineer's estimate, but your bids will usually be less on the next year than it will if you don't start it until June or July of the year that you actually get it. Because you're late in the year, they've already got all their projects lined up, they're doing them all, and then they have more money because they've already got everything taken care of. If you go to the beginning of the next year, usually it's more competitive bidding. So you can typically get the project done for a little bit less money.
That's interesting. Now, it was also interesting, what is new in PWC is there's usually loan money not asked for, and there's excess. That is no longer the case. So that's why they talked, because one applicant did say, oh, we don't need the money. Well, we'll go through with the grant without the loan. Because we wanted the grant. But in the past, there's not been enough people asking for loans. More than enough asking for the grants, of course.
Okay,
Good information.
I got 7 o'clock. Anything else you want to do, Steve? Okay, with that, 7 p.m. We have a time certain for BZC 16-001 Evans Farms Amendment 2. An applicant here?
Yes.
Okay.
Need to introduce it, or could I just start?
Yes. Are you ready?
Okay, well, Jim Lipkins from Rockford, 999 Polaris Parkway, Suite 200, Columbus, 43240. Thank you for having me back here. I was here about a month and a half, 2 months ago, to discuss the Evans Farm Preliminary Development Plan Amendment, whether it was a major or minor modification. Determined it was a major, so we went to the zoning commission and had a nice long discussion on the changes to the plan. And subsequent to that, we made some further changes to the plan, as I will highlight here, and I apologize. I saw all in place. Okay, so 3 major things came out of that meeting, which we were all able to address. The first and most significant change is, let me take one step back and go to, this is the original as-approved preliminary development plan for Evans Farm. This is what we proposed last time. We eliminated this connection out to Old Southwold State Road. I guess what I'm going to get to is one of the changes. So we went back and talked to the residents of the south. Were upset that there was potential for more traffic to come through their development, and don't necessarily disagree with that. So we went back to the county and talked about adding this access back. It was my understanding at the time that Delaware County was considering a roundabout at this intersection, and that they didn't want that access on South Old State. Actually, that was bad information, and they actually do want the access out on South Old State. So just like the original plan, we are including that access back out to South Old State. The only change on that, though, is they do not want it lined up with the street across the street. They want it moved 300 to 350 feet to the south. And that's, I guess, new standards that Delaware County is adopting as far as intersections on opposing sides of the street. I can't tell you why, although then he said there was 12 points of contact on a T intersection and 30 on a 4-way intersection. So it was safer to do a T here and a T here, because then you have 24 points of interaction rather than 30. You'd have to ask Michael about the details of that. So that's the first change. The residents all in Avalea, or at least their spokesperson, confirmed within as early as last week that they are satisfied with the addition of this equipment back in. The other modification is this entrance point right up here on the north was over here, so the headlights were kind of going into this gentleman's house. We agreed to move that down about 150 feet to the east, so we don't shine headlights into his house. Then the third change
Can I ask
is,
a quick question?
yes,
Will that intersection where you moved it, will the headlights from cars going out onto the street, will they shine into residents across the street?
so this gentleman is the closest one we wanted to avoid. He was at the meeting. These 2 people were not at the meeting, but they said you could see their houses significantly back. They're like these flag lots. So their houses are significantly back.
But they're off from
Yes.
being directly.
They're not directly shining at their house.
Okay, and that's good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Then the third change was over in this area. There's 3 homeowners in this little section here that we kind of built around. We're gonna add some demarcation fencing to delineate their property line, and then add some buffer landscaping so they're not impacted as much. We've been advised by the county to not do mounding there though because of drainage and some existing drainage issues. And we want to be able to take their water into our system. So no mounding, but landscaping and some demarcation fencing. And then one other minor change that wasn't talked about at the meeting, but talking with the Evans Farm developers, they were asking if we would add another connection here to the south. So we've added that back in for the original plan. So highlighting, we are reducing the overall number of lots from 379 to 350. And we are increasing the lot size from, I think, all but 60 lots of 319 lots were less than 72 feet wide. Now every single lot, all 350 are wider than 72 feet wide. And then we also have some 77-foot wide lots too, a little bit larger lots. To answer your question, Ken, you had at the last meeting was walkability and length of road. This plan compared to this plan, which is the originally approved, actually has 1 mile less of township road. So it's just over 5,280 feet. So we have less road, less maintenance, larger lots, more open space, less density, and answered all the concerns that the neighbors had at the zoning commission meeting last month. So that's it all kind of wrapped up. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. You wanna go first?
Well, I'll go first, middle, and last. You
Okay.
know me. How many garages faced the road in the original plan?
379.
Are you sure?
They are just lots, but none of them are alley fed. Here's the original plan. Then all these lots are front loaded. Everyone. And with lots that are narrower than 72 feet wide, it would be quite unlikely that you'd be able to do a side load garage.
Well, no, but in the back.
In the back there, in the original plan, it's 0.
So I was on the zoning commission at the time, not trustee.
Mhm.
Did that change when it came to the trustees?
Did it what?
Change when it came to the trustees?
I don't remember. I really don't.
So how many are front-loaded? No, I'll phrase it this way. How many have garages that face the road now?
350.
So the issue in regards to walkability in the original plan was, that was at the PCC, was that we didn't have the garages facing the road so people would walk on the sidewalks.
So to clarify, this is one small part of Evans Farm development. It's even one small part for the Berlin Township section of Evans Farm. The town center of Evans Farm has different standards than this section does. So the original zoning that was done in 2016, I didn't bring it for reference, but that goes district by district, and there's, I don't know how many different sub-districts there are, but they each have a set of standards. This is considered parcel B. And on parcel B, the standards are the only deviations that we're asking from the original preliminary development and are listed in the packet that we submitted. So we're not changing as far as from the original preliminary development plan for this parcel. We're not asking, the only changes that we're asking for is the increase in lot size and the decrease in the, number of homes.
Okay, so, you're saying that you're asking for a decrease in this area, and we had suggested that you bring the owner of the rest so that we would be assured that it was actually a decrease and not a movement of density.
So the overall Evans Farm development zoning text allows for a density shift. If we reduce 5 lots here, they could add 5 lots there. The overall density does not change. They're maintaining that. If we drop 25.
Okay, so then I'm opposed to it, because what you're doing then is you're making other areas tinier and tinier, and they were supposed to be what they were supposed to be.
So just like this amendment to the preliminary development plan, where I have to come to zoning commission, or I mean to the trustees, you kick it to zoning commission, then I come back to the trustees, they would have to go to the same process.
But they would be, the township would be required to give them that density. So either the lots become tinier and tinier, or your green space gets tinier and tinier.
So what,
So unless you have a whole plan, this plan is affecting that plan, and so we, in my opinion, cannot assess really the influence that it has on the other plan until we have the whole plan.
you're talking about a plan that might not even come to fruition for 10 more years. This could be.
Well, and I also recall when I was in the BZC, and again, it could have changed, but you referenced that it's a 20-year plan, and my understanding was it was a 10-year plan. So where did the 20, you said that there was no expiration of the preliminary?
In the original Evans Farm zoning text, the preliminary plat does not, or preliminary plan does not expire. That's written in the text.
So can you cite that?
Yes, I do not have that text with me. I'd be happy to email it to you tomorrow. I don't have it with me.
Okay, well then I'm not ready to move on it.
But to answer your question though, on density, you're insinuating that if just because we reduce by 29 lots, that somebody could add 29 lots, still needs to come through this board, still needs to go, would be determined to be a major modification, which you will because it's an increase in density.
It's not an increase in density, it's a movement of density.
No, that's not, it's a movement in the overall density, but we're talking about this sub area in particular.
Okay,
This is a reduction
but
in density.
there was an amendment to the original, and that amendment allowed movement. So when you say it's a reduction, it's not a reduction, it's a movement. And I'm saying that it is allowed, but if we're going to move it, we need to have the rest of the plan to know how it affects that. So I'm not saying that this can't happen and that movement can't happen, but we need to assess the entire thing. Now, if you said that plan that they have now is not being affected by this, that there will not be a change in an increase, then we could move on just this. But you're affecting the other without giving us the other.
First of all, you will get an opportunity to review that when they submit it. Two, I do not control it, so I
I understand, but we can't control this without knowing that.
Okay, well, I'm asking the board to consider a reduction in units in this parcel and an increase in lot size so we can move forward.
I understand what you're requesting, and I'm saying I will vote no.
Could you talk through the multi-use paths they along?
So the multi-use paths are all along the front of the Hollenbach Road and South Old State Road at 10 feet wide. And then internal to development, they come in here. These paths in here are 8 feet wide. And then these ones that kind of snake through the open spaces in the backyards are 5 to 6 feet wide. So those are consistent with the preliminary development plan, require them along Hollenbach and South Oak State. The ones interior were put on our plan. The original plan did not have, had one large open space, but every lot in there backed up to another lot. Doesn't back up to open space, so there was no opportunity for that. This allows us to not only do a larger central green area, but program that too with some amenities dog park, pickleball courts, playground area. And then not everybody, there's still some lots that back up to other lots, but, gives us the opportunity to include some paths through some open space for some increased walkability.
So did that answer your question?
Yeah. Okay. One of the other items in considering this though is, in my view, the transitional aspect of it. So, yes, I don't agree that we're reducing density, even though he is contends for that because it's his plan. But I do kind of like the idea of taking those houses and moving them to an area that doesn't have an already established neighborhood, so that there is that transitional component to the density, where you're going from less to more, and then concentrated, let's say, the center of that area.
I mean, it could work. I'm not saying I would be opposed to the plan if we saw that what you're describing actually happened. I'm not saying no to the plan. I'm saying no to the plan without seeing the other plan. Okay, but about the paths,
Yeah.
does that really?
Do you remember how many overall lots there were in Evans Farm? I don't have that number as well.
And they did a final on a portion of it, and I don't know really how that affects everything either. And then how does annexation affect it too? Because they attempted to annex part of Evans Farm. And so I don't know how that affects the density as well. So those are all questions that you can answer.
Yeah, those would be for Evans Farm. We are in contract to buy this specific parcel.
So that was something I wanted to address originally, to make sure that you really have standing to ask what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
So who owns that land now? Is it Wayne still?
Yes, I can't remember the name of the entity, but it's like Old State Farm.
But
LLC.
it's Wayne Pies
Yes.
land still.
Mhm.
And then, so you have a contract with Wayne?
We have Evans Farm has a contract with Wayne. We have a contract to buy the property from Evans Farm.
So does he have standing for this?
It's basically a signing contract, so yes, we do.
Yeah.
So have you provided that to the zoning office?
The contract?
Well, otherwise it really should be Wayne that's in here.
We signed the application. Who else signed the application?
It's, it looks like Darcy. Oh, that is, okay, I'm sorry.
Mine's
That is
not signed. I don't have my attorney with me, but I can assure you we have standing.
Corey,
Sure.
and that's whom?
Works for Rockford.
I'm sorry.
Works for Rockford, their VP of Land.
Because what if we did something and gave them and Wayne didn't want
In order to get through this plan, do you have any other questions, or is this the only question you
it?
got?
No, so in the original plan, I thought it was rather vague and maybe you don't have to change it because it was approved, but I would like a little more clarity on color schemes, because it was like every palette that was with a certain company with the exception of certain neons.
Okay, we are not modifying anything from the original zoning text.
So you're gonna do puce, purple, and
Whichever in the original zoning, we've not modified.
And why that is a little bit germane here is because what was presented originally was that they were all going to be unique homes that were like what is in Evans Farm.
I can tell you Rockford's home line does not even offer those puce. Don't even really know what color that is, but I can.
So can you commit to a more neutral palette?
Yes.
Okay, in writing.
Sure.
Because I, for years, regretted us doing that. And it works for the other Evans Farm, but if you have not,
Yeah, there's places where that color scheme would be appropriate, and there's areas that it's not. The standard single-family home section would not be appropriate for that. Yes, I can move that.
that's all I have for the moment.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I had a question about the trails, which thank you for addressing. I am a little bit interested in the nature of this contract from a little bit of a different angle. Because if we take the leftover houses that are now available to Evans Farms more broadly, you guys are in contract to separate out the parcel entirely. Seems like there's some ability there to be able to say that what you took with you when you separated out from them was you took the zoning as it existed and what they had approved. So that you could basically effectively extract those 30 plus houses from Evans Farms overall development that stays in place. And I know it's a little bit of a stretch, but I'm just trying to get there from a solution standpoint.
So what you're saying is that because it doesn't affect the others, that we could approve this because they're removing that number of homes.
Right.
Yeah, that's reasonable, because you're not throwing an impact on the other areas.
Exactly.
Yes,
And then you effectively separate from Evans Farms in that regard.
Yeah, but, and I understand what you're saying. The problem with that is we're still governed by the Evans Farm zoning. We're not seceding from that and rezoning it ourselves. We're asking for an amendment to the existing preliminary development plan.
right.
Yeah.
But they could ask for that same, because they are the ones
They
that asked for that.
just like the town village or
Yeah,
the
you
center
can't
area.
control that.
If they did something and they built, 5 less houses down there than they were permitted, they could add them somewhere else. That, the overall density in talking with them, and because there's a lot of regional traffic and sewer improvements that need to be done in conjunction with the overall Evans Farms, I think somewhere up to $30 or $40 million, where that money is generated from, from homes and people moving in, either through the NCA or through different funding mechanisms. So that's where all that goes. And when houses get added, it impacts traffic, then it kicks in this, Southwest State needs to be widened, 3 lanes or 5 lanes. Hollenbach Road needs to be widened, but not only there, but, on the other side of town too. So that's why the density matters to them, the overall density, because if you lose, 10% of the homes, that impacts a lot of their funding mechanism. Now, 29 lots is not 10% of the homes, 29 lots. I don't know what the overall number is in overall Evans Farm, because some of them have gone through final development plan, and what I was reading today, I was trying to go through all the different iterations and modifications of the tech. There's been several, and trying to reconcile all of them, so I don't know, what was reduced and what was added and what was changed.
So you're going to operate completely independent of Evans Farms?
Well, so Evans Farm is a master developer.
Right.
And so they don't build homes. No. When we take down the property, we will start construction on this section. We will still be part of Evans Farm. All our homes need to go through the Evans Farm Architectural Review Board.
Okay,
You have to belong to the overall NCA of Evans
that's
Farm.
what I'm asking you.
And we have to be part of the overall association of Evans Farm. So we are very much Evans Farm. But this parcel, this preliminary development plan of this section is the only part that we're impacting. But as far as all the other associations with Evans Farm, yes, we are still part of Evans Farm.
Have you thought about breaking away?
No,
and running completely independent zone?
no. That would start this whole process all over again.
Yeah, but it wouldn't, it would alleviate you of the burden to kind of show something that really you can't show for us to
Right.
make an informed decision, right?
Well, you're in a bind, but it's not of your making, but we can't alleviate it because if we let you escape, all of it flows to the rest. But I did want to ask a question. How much is the NCA and what is that committed to?
The NCA, I believe, is 9.5 mils. It might be 10 mils. I'm not positive on that. But what's your question? What's it?
What is it from?
Mostly traffic improvements. So, there's regional traffic improvements, all the roads surrounding it. I don't have a list of them.
So does the 9.8 mils of this property go towards your infrastructure or does it go
It
towards
goes to the
infrastructure?
overall infrastructure of that farm. They have commitments at certain traffic counts that they have to do certain traffic improvements.
And does that include any of your property or are you coming completely theirs?
No, it's all rolled together and all of that.
And does the NCA have an expiration date or is it forever?
Yeah, it's forever.
Plus it's TIF.
Pardon?
Plus it's TIF.
Yeah, I don't have any information on
Yeah, it is. County TIF'd it. They didn't tell us. But it's TIF'd, but nobody will get the money because you're using it for residential. But the fact is it can't be TIF'd by someone else.
that. Oh, okay.
So we're.
Well, if I don't build any houses, nobody gets any money, so.
Well, nobody's gonna, I mean, the entities are gonna get their monies because it's residential and it's not commercial.
So what can we do to,
I think it's a fine. I don't think
well,
we can.
there's solutions. The solution would be that overall Evans Farms gets rid of the 20.
Well, yeah, if they do that, that's great. Then you probably have my vote, but I don't see them being able to do that. But I thought you would ask a different question on the trail. Because that's your area, but could I ask?
Sure. What
So,
question did you think I would ask?
well, the resident complained that, you know, the trail stops and it starts and they're
Yeah.
concerned that kids are especially going to cross that and make a muddy path. Well, a solution could be, and you won't love this, but if the property owner would let you, would you build the path on his property so he didn't have a muddy path?
You know, every development that I've ever done, when it hits the property line, it stops. And when it picks back up on the other side, it picks back up on the other side. It's those homeowners' responsibility to do that.
Well, it is, but I'm just asking if.
And or when the county improves that road to 3 lanes, it will have ditch improvements, bike path improvements. So they will fill in those gaps.
It's okay for you to say no. The answer is no.
I'm going to say no.
I wouldn't have asked that question.
Well, I'm surprised because you want connectivity.
I want connectivity, but I wouldn't put it on him to.
No, but if it was a solution that, you know, everybody agreed.
Wait,
Because not that much compared to everything.
yeah. I'll let you know a little secret. So we're gonna have to do a road widening here for this section. Where we'll have to do a turn lane. There's already homes on the south. So all the turn lane is gonna be on our side. So we'll probably need, for the taper to get to property. That's a discussion we'll have with the, property owners at that time. You know, in exchange for the property, do we get, the ability, because most times, I'm saying all the time, most times those bike paths, multi-use trails are within the right of way. It just depends how much room that there is.
So we definitely want it not in the road right away. That's in our zoning text.
Oh, you want it in an easement then,
Yes,
outside of it?
but it's going to become a county road, so I don't really care.
Yeah. And I'm willing to bet, and I can't say this without any question of doubt, but be willing to bet that we participate in the traffic infrastructure district which means we write a check rather than actually building those improvements. And they'll include the path in that estimate, which means we get money for it, which means when they build it, they put the check back. I can't commit to that because it's a county project.
I understand.
Thought on this. So you can't commit to, taking away those lots. Can't get a commitment from,
That's it, so that's an overall Evans Farm decision, I can't make that.
but you approached them because we brought this up last time and they were unwilling to concede those houses. Okay. What if they were willing to indicate the general location of where and restrict where that extra density would go?
And then we'd have to look at it, because that might be good or it
Right.
might be bad.
Because here's the thing, so if you're talking about the transitional zoning that I'm mentioning, you go from lesser density to more density, and that could work out perfectly fine if it was sort of compressed in a city center, not around the lower density neighborhoods, right? But if it's right up against the low density neighborhood, and that's where all the extra houses go, then we wouldn't concede to that, right? So what if we could get, as a middle ground, potentially, specified zones of where those homes could and couldn't be potentially placed? I'm just trying to find a solution for you, man. I'm trying to work for you, because I like this plan. I think this plan is really nice.
Well, you can vote yes.
Well, but I can't, because the implications of this plan are pretty systemic right below that.
Mhm.
And you're asking us to act on an unknown, that's the hard thing for me to be able to do.
So this is the beautiful part of this. So when they come back with, hey, I want to add
No, you didn't,
29
what
homes.
Trustee O'Brien said twice on this. You have the number of homes that are allotted.
Right.
We can make it be a major change,
Right.
potentially. We cannot say no to the overall density once that density has been approved.
And I understand that, but you can say no because they reduce their open space or they change the configuration. You have many of reasons to say no, not just density.
That's fair.
If that's the case,
We could get sued like that.
well, what's the
And we
difference?
would lose.
What's the difference here? Because right here, I'm in conformance with the density because I'm blessed.
What is different is you're not coming with the entire plan.
But it's not in my control. I can't.
But somebody has control. And so we have to act on the whole
Because we
plan,
approved
because
it.
you're amending the whole plan with one subsection, but you're amending the whole plan.
Right, but that part of the plan will come before you at some point in the future. It could be 10 years from now. So it might not be, but it will come before this board.
I think the key
Because
difference,
probably, I mean,
the key difference is that we did approve
And I-
the entire plan before, and you're asking us to
Yeah.
approve this portion and without the layout
Right.
of anything
And
else.
I
That's
100% understand your point of view. I'm just saying you have that opportunity later. I believe that I'm in conformance with, we are changing the road network, so that's why we're here for, the preliminary development, the changes from the plan. But we substantially comply with the approved final development plan with regards to density, lot size, open space requirements, all those metrics that matter when you're looking at this for the first time.
So what you're saying is exactly what they'll say. But what we're saying is you can say that if you have the whole plan. Because you're changing the road network of the entire plan. We don't have it.
Mhm.
And I suggested last time you were here to bring them, and it would be much easier for you to get success.
We discussed that, yes. We did.
And you chose not to, and that was your choice.
Well, I wouldn't say I chose. Wasn't my choice. Their position is, our plan is our plan and your plan is your plan. We're still.
But it
Well,
is
that's
one-
right, and they're not going to get you to buy it because you can't get it through. And that's their loss.
My options at this point are to ask for a vote. If I ask for a vote and get turned down, what's my, recourse at that point? Like, can I reapply? Or is this one and done, I'm done?
Oh, it's never one and done.
Well, do I have to substantially change the plan and application to come back in?
Well, you just apply as many times as you want, and we'll act on it at whatever you bring us.
So,
You're asking, I think, what will have success, and I think we've already answered that.
well, I was going through my options, so I could either ask for a vote. My question was what happens, from a legal standpoint, if you vote no, can I reapply? And I believe,
None of us are attorneys. We can't give
Okay.
you legal advice.
Okay.
And what you're asking for is legal advice, and we cannot supply that.
okay, my other option is to ask for a table. Is that accurate?
But a table, but let's get through all the issues.
Okay.
And the issue, and I believe I brought it up at the last meeting, was we need to have someone from Evans Farms, the whole plan, and understand where those 30 homes are going. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for you to change the density, not asking for you to change the plan. We just want to know what the plan is for the plan. What you're bringing us is, I'm gonna do this over this neighborhood, we're gonna do that sort of thing. When you talk about the homeowners association and that sort of stuff, the homeowners association for these people is basically for the overall homeowners association. And one of my questions to you is, when do these people get to manage their homeowners association?
The people in this neighborhood?
Yes, they're only gonna get that when the whole plan is turned over to the residents.
Yeah, well, I think the way the HOA is set, there's an overall Evans Farm Association, and then there's sub-area, sub-associations. So we're not the same association as like the townhomes over here, or the single-family homes over here. This would have its own sub-HOA that
So
belongs
this
to.
is a separate HOA from Evans Farms, or it's separate from this piece of property with a second homeowners association on all?
Yeah, yes, there's a master association, which is all of Evans Farm, which we belong to, or will belong to, which does govern everything from the architectural review board, to the dues and all the common area open space, maintenance. And then there's this HOA, which will cover our paths, our pickleball courts, et cetera, our ponds, and that sort of thing.
Okay, but he asked a question, didn't answer. When?
Oh, when? Typically, when we set up homeowners associations, we'll turn over one or two of the board seats early, but we don't turn over the association until we're complete.
Okay, and that's not generally how we handle it. It's at 85% or at the,
We like it more in the 80% range. Once 80% of the lots are sold, they don't have to be built, but sold.
because our experience is that developers would want beautiful signs of their own, and they'd hold one unit forever.
Is that a Berlin Township ordinance?
That's what usually gets approved.
And the reason for
I
it,
really don't.
we don't bring it up because we just ramp it up. It's because of bad experiences with people holding on to the homeowners association, developers holding on to the homeowners association for a long period of time, many years, saving a couple lots and not building them up. That's the reason for asking that question.
Yeah, and I understand. Typically, what I've done in my associations is I've just created an advisory board that's an unofficial board that, we have meetings just like there would be the board of trustees of the association. It's just, we still have to declare it.
And then the owners come here and scream, why in the world we approved that?
Well, I can make that change. That doesn't matter to me.
Let's come back to the multi-use path.
Okay.
They're along Hollenbach Road.
Mhm.
I don't believe there's a plan for Hollenbach Road to be widened at this point. I know there is for Shanahan Road, and there is to tie Shanahan Road into Hollenbach Road, but I don't believe the Hollenbach Road rebuild is a part of that project.
So what I know, and this is from after our meeting, I'm sorry, it's after the zoning commission meeting when I met with them, that the intersection improvements here will extend, however long these takers go to up here. And then we have 2 widenings to do. We have the turn lane to add into here and a turn lane to do into there. And the initial discussions with the county were like, they wanted to do, this is when they take ownership of this, which I think is in 2025, that it's going to get widened from 3 lanes from here to here. And we've already discussed about participating in the TID. And we just give them the cash equivalent of the turn lanes for here and to there, and then they do this as one big project. Now that's in early stages of discussions.
Sure.
I've never heard of this.
I haven't heard of this about a TID at all. Can you go into the TID?
Transportation.
I know what a TID is.
Who have you spoken to about that?
Delaware County Engineer's Office. So whenever we do,
Yeah,
I'm talking about a typical
Yeah.
subdivision, and we have a turn lane that's in.
Yeah.
That's typical. TID is not.
I don't know if I understand.
So who's doing the bonding of the TID?
The widening, the road improvements from here to here, when the county takes over the road, would be a county project. We would just be contributing rather than building our turn lane here and our turn lane there. For them to come tear it out in 2 years. We would enter into a TID with them and give that money towards that project. How they fund their project, I don't know.
Okay, with that, coming back to my point, was the 3 houses there, by running the multi-use path up to both sides of it, you're creating an absolute nightmare for those people that are living there. By not having that path somehow or another continue. They can put up a fence and stop it, all that, so then you get the little kids and everybody running out in the street to be able to get over to the other one, to be able to get back in. And that's probably not a good thing for the little kids and mom and dad and all the other people that are going along there. There needs to be a way to connect those 2 paths together. And that's really pretty important at this point in time. At least we need to understand what that plan is. And if they're going to widen the road and put that in, I'd like to understand what the county engineer's plan is. Because at this point, I'm not aware of a plan for that particular piece of road.
So unfortunately, again, it's property I don't own, I can't commit to doing it. They're not here in this room, I can't make a deal with them. But this path that goes from, here to here to here, and then it stops here. It's not even gonna make a connection to there. When that develops, that's when those connections get made. There's sidewalks all over town that stop at the end of property lines. And they get picked up as for future development happens. I can't make any commitments.
So part of how Evans Farm got through, the original, was the walkability. And part of the walkability was that the kids would walk to the school. Now, Evans Farm committed to an elementary school property in Orange Township that these kids could walk to. Because what I'm seeing is not that Orange school anymore. And so these kids are going to need to walk to Arrowhead, which means going past through a 3-lane county road. Otherwise, what happens is those parents are going to drive there. And that's why the density, which was 1.85 units per acre, was increased to this large amount, was because they weren't going to have to drive. They were going to walk. And I'm not seeing that walkability to a school.
You didn't start all of this, but this all came as part of. And we're only going by the plan, and you're bringing us part of the plan. But the plan, and we need to understand how this is going to impact the plan. That's where the whole thing comes in. Where the issue comes. I like this. I think it's great. I think it's but I don't understand how it fits in the big plan, so I can't say that I really support it because of not understanding its overall impact.
Okay.
That's
So,
the-
my
I think to
alternative
the extent
my
that we
alternative
addressed.
is to sit here and build this.
Build it.
I don't have any other choice at this point.
You have that ability because you have that approved.
Right.
And they better build a school in Orange Township that those kids can walk
I'm not even gonna comment on that because I can't. I don't even know.
to. That's how that plan got approved.
There's a school site that is, I think the school's even under construction.
That will not work for here. And that is not Evans Farm. Evans Farm may have bought that, but that is not part of Evans Farm. That's the Ross property.
Okay. I'm probably getting into territory where I'm not comfortable enough talking about it because I don't have enough information.
That came after the Evans property, after the whole Evans project.
I don't like the original plan as much as this plan. I don't think that what's being brought up here is something like, for example, the walkability. Guess when that one should have been addressed? 2016, guys. You guys, we still have those same 3 lots that don't have a path to anywhere.
Yeah,
Right.
that didn't change.
He's
from this
not,
plan,
he's
don't change
not
from
creating
this
a problem, and he's not solving it, but, I mean, you guys are kind of going back into, obviously some rich history here, and what we have to look at is what are the gains for the township as it exists today, not where we were almost a decade ago now here.
Right, but if
And we're
they
looking
build
at,
what was approved, they can do that.
absolutely, they can, but we have 29 more houses that we may not.
But it's not 29 more houses, it's just they're here, not over there.
Agree. Hold on, we'll get there. If the new plan was approved and we were able to figure out something with these 29 houses, right? Then you have a better plan, a better layout, in my view, more walkability, more amenities, lower density, bigger lots. And all we would need to do is to, in my view, and this is kind of to you, is what can you do with these 29 houses? Because the new plan is better than the old plan. And we're not gonna be able to, that's what we're not gonna be able to get past, because we don't know where those houses are gonna go. The school, we don't know, and even if you think about what the walkability is right there, you can't do anything about a school in Orange Township or not.
Well, if they welch on the deal, then his plan is better, but if they don't welch on the deal, then, the old plan is better. Because they walk to the new school.
No, because they still have sidewalks and you still have roadways that go down, and you still have, I mean,
Only if they build the school does that work.
there's no problem or solution that is more or less in the new or old plan with or without the school.
Okay.
So in the old plan, they don't build a school, same problem.
No, in the old plan, they do build the school. That's how it got approved.
You're talking about the old plan for Evans Farms overall.
Yes.
But I'm talking about the old plan for this particular parcel.
Yeah, but
It
you're
neither
doing
solves
it in
or-
isolation.
Well, the thing is though, is the problem that you're asking him to solve cannot be solved by this parcel. That's it. You're asking him to state where the school in Orange Township is gonna be built and say that there's gonna be a school there.
Well, because here's my contention. If that school's not built, it should be at 1.85 units per acre. So the change should not be anywhere near what they're asking for.
Well.
Because what they're
Yeah.
doing is creating a traffic problem that doesn't exist under the old plan, where they could walk to the schools, walk to the restaurants, walk to the businesses,
Let's say
walk
there's,
to their
yes,
churches.
yes, fair point. So let's say new plan, old plan on these parcels, okay? The school gets built where it's supposed to get built, everything gets built where it was supposed to get built. The walkability from the old plan to the new plan doesn't change. Do you agree with that? Okay. So what you're asking for then is you're asking for Evans Farm to commit to the school, which is contingent on the Olentangy Local School District.
The school will take that property in a heartbeat.
Which is contingent on the owners of parcels that they're not responsible for.
That's true. But they are people who are trying to sell this parcel to them.
That's fair. And then, I mean, at the end of the day, it's our board who approved this plan without having these kinds of contingencies on.
Well,
So my
I
question to
wasn't
you
on the board,
is,
so I don't know
I
what
thought you
happened.
were.
I was on the zoning commission.
So when
So the
you,
zoning commission, we were promised those things, but I don't know if they changed it when it came here, because like when they're saying that it's unlimited, what the zoning commission approved was 10 years for the preliminary plan. But if it came here and it's unlimited, like it's unlimited because the trustees could change that, but that's not what we approved.
I see. So what you guys worked through on the plan, was there contingencies for these things being, if you put in a school, then you can have this density?
Yes, and that's where the bridge over the railroad that I'm waiting for happened too. You know that I talk about that regularly.
Well, I think that's a great value add to the community.
Well, it is because it's the walkability, and without the walkability, because those kids from the other side of the railroad, where it's higher density, have to be able to get to the school. They're gonna build in Orange,
Agreed.
and they have to have that walking path over the bridge. I mean, over the
Well,
railroad.
that was in the plan,
Yes.
but even though you were, many are the plans of man, as you know, even if, did you write into the text, if you do not build a school, you shall only be provided 1.85
No.
density?
But it's the school is here, and this is what the density is. Because they were talking at the time how Olentangy was jumping at this opportunity for this school. And then all of a sudden it turned into Jansen Park,
Jensen?
which I see those culverts, but I don't see much park for 2023.
The school wasn't supposed to be there, it was supposed to be in the other end. And that's an Orange Township issue as far as the density and that sort of stuff. I just want to understand where the Berlin Township 29 homes are going. That's all I'm concerned about. And I understand what you're saying. And the way I read it is they probably took the school out, put it up by Peach Blow.
But it's totally different property. It was
It's
not,
totally
that's
different.
not
It's
part
not
of
part
Evans
of
Farm.
it.
So it's not moved in Evans Farm. It's,
And did they suddenly pick up 40 acres of more land for development, or does that become?
well, it was more like 20. It was not ever 40.
Whatever it was. But did they pick up green space or did they pick up more homes?
I have no idea.
I have no idea. But this one, we do understand there's 29 homes that is in the bottom plan, that's not in the top plan. The ones in the bottom plan got put somewhere.
Right.
We're just asking where, that's all we're asking. And I would rather not vote on it just because I don't know where that's going. If I understood that, then I would be fine.
I understand that it would probably pass
Yeah,
because it would meet
but
both of
whatever.
your requirements. And I would be less
Mhm.
adamant, but it would not sway me to vote yes.
Yeah. There's a couple other things, other questions that I wanted to ask. The driveway, there's a road going to the south, tying into the other neighborhood. The people have been pretty, vocal about it.
This one here or this one here? This one?
The other one is going into an open field and
Right.
nobody over there.
Right.
That one to the south, those people had a cul-de-sac, and although it ended as a street, it didn't end as a street, the street was there, and I think it was always planned to be there. And the county is always looking for more accesses for emergency vehicles and that sort of thing. Makes perfect sense for it to be there. What was the resolution, or was there a resolution, what was the discussion summary for that with the residents down there?
So we initially took it to the county, even though we were told we needed to add this back in. We still brought to the county, to help alleviate some of the concerns down here, that we would not connect these roads, but we would connect a pedestrian access between the two with, bollards and having a nice landscape thing between the two neighborhoods, but no vehicles, only pedestrians, and Delaware County staff will not that needs to be a full connection.
And
I spoke with the residents in Orange Township. One of the trustees reached out to me, connected me, and the representative for that community did say that they had worked through a viable resolution and were very happy to get the second access point. That was what they wanted.
Right.
So that it would alleviate the pressure of the traffic.
yeah, and
We
that-
put this one
that-
back and then add that.
And he indicated that it was entirely resolved.
That was what I was
Trustee
wondering.
mentioned that they were very happy.
And then the second access point makes perfect sense to me. The other thing is, they need to look at it, if there's a stub at the bottom, and that ties into Evans Farms too. And my guess is that when that Evans Farms gets built out, the stuff in Orange Township, no, over there, the other, no. The one that, right there, that we were talking about.
Here.
That one, okay, it stubs at the bottom.
Oh, yes,
So that's gonna go, there's gonna be another whole development there that's coming out from the south.
it was, yeah, they had dead end streets at both ends of that.
And their dead end cul-de-sac is gonna turn into a major artery there. The cross, or the multi-use path should have a crosswalk across Old State Road, or access to go across Old State Road to the development on the other side. And the reason being is these people are gonna wanna go to the lake. And they'll like to walk down to the lake, and that's the way they're gonna get across. Otherwise, they're gonna try to figure out some way to get across. And they're gonna go across there because that's the only place there's sidewalks to get you. And there is sidewalks that'll get you right back to the park.
So we are working with the county when we design our plans, that these paths along here are set back far enough to accommodate, the road widenings on South Old State and Hollenbeck Road. So we'll be set back far enough. But as far as crosswalks on there, I'm certain that would be, again, this could be a roundabout, it could be a traffic
So I'm
signal.
not thinking at the corner, I'm thinking down the.
Down here?
No, not there, but the street on the other side, on the other side of the road. Maybe I should come up.
Here,
No, I'm not getting one. This access point. Here, because this will allow all these residents to be able to go back to the park,
okay,
to the restaurant, to all the other things, just to be able to get there. And maybe it doesn't turn into a crosswalk, but just a recognition that that would become a major intersection for the crosswalk, for the multi-use path, because it's going to go that way.
I understand.
You know,
I can say,
This access makes perfect sense.
okay, I would talk to the county about it. I mean, to strike a crosswalk or turn
And
a
this is
class
what
crosswalk.
we
Nobody's thinking about it now.
Yeah,
I get just told,
I've already-
somebody does a restaurant.
I know what you're trying to avoid, I'm just trying to figure out.
So they really should just come in and
Hold on.
plan.
I would put
They're
it,
not gonna,
I would just need
they
approval.
just need a plan that makes sense for what the actual.
Approve that, especially if this was around.
Bring that part, this part here is kind of.
Well, we just did that
To me, that's
one, we did that other one about a year and a half ago, minor change for the
The way that's
rearrangement.
put in there.
Is that the one on the other side of Highway?
This is just the first one.
So, we're just having a sidebar here. I think it would behoove them to come in with a plan of what they are really going to do. Because they're going to never be able to build those two phases without that, bridge over, because that's in the text. And I don't see them actually doing that. So they really ought to come in with what they're really gonna do and get approved, what they really can do.
Okay, I don't know anything about a bridge or what Evans Farm is committed to in their zoning.
yeah.
I read the original zoning ones, I don't remember seeing a bridge, and I don't remember seeing horses, you brought that last time, but,
Yeah, these paths are
They-
supposed to be,
this,
This one.
the thing I can't tell you is the reason they're not here, and the reason they're not able to tell you where those 29 lots are going to go, if they go anywhere, is because they don't know. This is a massive development, as evidenced by the original zoning text. It says the zoning plan does not expire, or the preliminary development plan does not expire. And also that this is the avenue to do modifications, because we know that this project is a generational project, and it's going to morph and modify over time. It's been already, since 2016, we're 8 years since the original zoning. And we are, Evans Farm is what, 20% built out? There's a long way to go yet. They just don't know. And we're never gonna get there.
When you say
if we
avenue, yeah, when you say avenue for modifications though, you know, the avenue for modification is a full plan to a full plan. And so bringing these different parts and pieces is what makes it challenging, because it's pretty clear now that we're not operating from the same plan that we were modifying section A and what happens to these other sections. So when we approved it, it was all approved.
So in that scenario, if downtown Evans Farm, they wanted to change the, the light fixtures that go through the commercial park downtown, or change the square footage, add a little bit, add another 100 square feet to the commercial building, they would have to come in with a full Evans Farm plan.
Well, at that point, the change to the lighting in that building and that portion, to me, it's not impacting the other areas. But if we were changing lighting overall and making a change to that building, would change the ability for every other building in Evans Farm parcels? Absolutely, we would expect to see that, and that would be applied, because you're kind of asking for being both separate and together all at the same time, and that's what gets a little challenging to me, is you're operating independently, but you're really not, because you're coming in under that zoning, you're gonna be part of Evans Farm, you're under the broader umbrella of it, and that's what's making it challenging. However, I personally could work within maybe a little bit more space than my colleagues, I don't know, if we had some kind of commitment to the dedication of where those 29 houses would be. And I don't think that would require a complete final plan bringing in, right? It would require it will be dedicated only to this particular area. I know this may not be, amenable to colleagues here, or just concede the 29. And then they don't have to have a plan. We know we'll get rid of 29 houses. So I feel like they can come up with a solution without having the full knowledge of everything that they're gonna do in all the areas, by either conceding those 29 or by dedicating the space for where those 29 would go if they even were to be built out, right?
Right, they may not.
They may not.
They may not.
But it's like, if we were to build this out, here's where these houses would
Right.
have to go. If not, then we don't need the avenue.
Yeah, do you understand my argument, though, that you do get to decide where those potentially could go when they come in with an amendment?
You and I are not in alignment on that.
Okay.
Because
But you understand
I understand what you're putting forward. I think that you're presuming that there's more authority in being able to make decisions about green spaces than being there or not, when really we have to make decisions based on, safety, health, general welfare, public. And so if you're getting into an argument where we reduce a green space by 1%, to Trustee O'Brien's point, that could make us vulnerable within litigation. Because then the burden's on us to say why it's such a safety and health concern that we consider it to be
I understand,
objective.
but that is in your code, though, the
Yeah,
allegations.
It is, and so when we file the code portion, we would put ourselves in a space of vulnerability without a stronger argument that we would have if we had density, for example,
But
Is that what
you're
you-
not concerned at all, I mean, because, and I'm just asking this question, it sounds strange coming out of my mouth, but, we're in substantial conformance with it. We have less lots, we have larger lots, we have less open space. You're not concerned that I'm gonna,
I love all of that. I think that is fantastic.
but I have no legal standing to move forward and say this.
You don't have the
deserves
full
to be
plan.
approved.
If you had the whole plan and said where everything was and it all followed the code, you could do that. Just like you can build all those extra houses just because you have the plan approved, okay? But what you're saying is a little two-faced. We're reducing density. You are not reducing density. You're only reducing density in this area. You're moving density. So I wish you would take out the statement, we're reducing density, unless you come in here and say the whole plan is reduced by that number of homes.
Fair enough.
And then if you're moving density, where does the density go to? And if there would be some ability to be able to articulate that, I think that would, in my view, be perfectly viable. I don't think you have to have a full plan. Maybe my colleagues disagree.
Well, it
but-
depends on what it looks like when they come, because if it's put into an unreasonable space, you say, well, how are you gonna really make that work? You know, and then, so I think conceptually, I could be okay with it, but practically when it comes, I'll say, that doesn't really look good, or it's in the wrong place, and then.
Yeah, my whole idea would be to put it in a place where the density isn't up against existing residences and up
Right,
against,
right, and
so-
we're in agreement with that,
Yeah.
conceptually,
But
but then will the traffic work?
Right.
Because, you know, then if you're saying, that becomes, so then what do? Stack them on top of each other?
Or against
does
the-
it help if they were to commit to them being on the east side of the railroad tracks?
No.
Maybe,
I don't even know what that means, because I,
maybe.
No,
Maybe.
no, because it's already too, well, that puts it up against the housing, up against,
City of Delaware.
no, east, it's over by Arrowhead.
They're already east of the road.
Yeah, but to the north of Hollenbach, that's part of Evans Farm too, up against, so that's where they committed to
Where is it?
action.
I got, where is east? Can you get clarification on
Yeah, the corner.
all I got back was a text that said the intention for those lots is potentially over on the east side of the railroad tracks. If that helps in the moment.
So that takes everything from Arrowhead to the west.
Well, they're gonna stay on the east side.
Because that is part of Evans Farm.
Between Pyatt and railroad tracks.
Yeah, I
Well,
think we
but
should-
remember where Arrowhead is and all that to the west of it, but that's east of it.
Goes all the way over to Peach Blow. That's property, all that back there goes.
Well, see,
To this?
that's also very sticky because the definition, remember, the Peacock property is technically part of,
Well,
Evans
but what we
Farm.
could do is we could kind
Mhm.
of restrict it somehow, so we could recess and continue this later and get some specification if there was appetite to even negotiate and work towards some viable resolution where we could have the language, put it in and come back and say, okay.
so, I mean, for it to practically get to a place where I think it could pass, which I'm questioning, we'd have to have a map and then we'd have to really have time to,
Well, we could give him a little bit of a homework assignment and say, get a map, mark it out, situate the parcels, bring it back and show us what you guys are thinking in terms of commitment to, if you even have the 29 houses, or maybe commit not to 29, but getting rid of 15. Maybe there's a number to Jim, right?
Mhm.
That we could work at where we're not talking about 29, but we're talking about absorbing something about half that.
Yeah, so the reason, and I'm not saying whether they will
Yeah.
agree or whatever, but the reason the overall number is important is because of the NCA and the regional improvements that need to be done. I mean, again, $30 million doesn't just appear.
It doesn't just appear, but I think also what's being taken into account is, the pricing of the homes themselves and what they're selling at is pretty valuable in this equation too.
that's true, but what I just heard makes, I understand what you just said.
Yeah.
So they've calculated, the sewer, they've calculated the water
Mhm.
improvements, so they're gonna have to recoup so many
Sure,
taps.
right.
And, but that tells me all the more that there is no reduction of density.
Well, I'm giving options here.
Yes, and I like your
I'm
options.
giving
I'm
options.
just hearing that.
Yeah, so then if, let's say there's just no willingness to even concede at one house, then let's look at the if-then commitments of where those houses would be located so that we're not moving a burden that was over here to somewhere else without the, going through the whole final plan approval process. I don't know, does anybody else have any potential solutions for how to overcome this?
We have another little comment, which is, you've made your lots bigger, okay, and you've got less houses. By making the lots bigger and less houses, that means the houses that you took away, those other 29 houses, go in the other area. And if you use the same green space and everything else in that area, then the only way you can put 29 more houses in there is to make the lots a lot smaller. So everything that you've gained and made better with making bigger lots has to be taken away from the other lots. And that's
Doesn't have
what
to,
we're trying to
because
understand.
they're not, it's staying with the same density, they're reducing, well, if they reduce the lot size or change the open space, you have an avenue to say no, because it's directly in your code and it's in the other farm.
Sure. And if you don't do that, then all of a sudden you've got an expansion of roads that we're gonna take care of that you said we were not gonna take care of here.
Well, I just reduced your roads by
That's
a
my
mile.
point, but you didn't reduce it, you just moved it.
I didn't move anything, I reduced actual roads in this section.
Yeah, but you're saying we're going to build houses somewhere else, and they're gonna want roads.
I can see that my best option at this point is to just build the original plan.
There you go.
So what you're saying is.
I don't agree with that.
Well, I don't either, I think it's ridiculous.
I think that we can get.
So we
somewhere.
can't say no to that. I mean, we just
Yeah.
can't say no to it.
But he's not asking if you can say no, he's asking if, I'd like to see a better option. I'd like to see this plan, and I'd like to see us figure out how to work within the space of what we're gonna do with those 29 houses. That's what I personally would like to see. We can recess and continue, or we can vote, as it stands right now. I mean, what are you thinking?
I don't think it's making any difference. I'll request a table.
Okay, let's try to keep talking about it then. Let's see, we got the 18th, the 11th and the 25th, is that right, of March?
You want a table for how long?
Well, I'll be able to get an answer immediately. What's the next meeting date?
March 11th.
March 11th.
I would like to table to March 11th.
Do we have any other time certain?
Except for aggregation.
Okay, I make a motion that, at the applicant's request, we table, we suspend and,
Recessing.
BZC case 16-001 until 7 PM on, March 11th.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, please?
Fuller, O'Brien,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
could you give my email to me tomorrow?
Yes. The request a table? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next one, going back to the agenda, is Rocky Recycling Frequency. So we want to have a discussion about that.
Yes, we got we did get an email on this. Right now.
I'd like to make a little statement about it before we go.
Yes, please. Go for it.
When we got into the township, trash contract and all that sort of stuff, was we have to do a contract that is the same or throughout our township. We can't do certain things for certain people and other things for other people. And we were going from trash pickup with no recycling and a multitude of vendors to a vendor that would supply trash pickup, containers, and recycling. And the recycling was on a weekly basis. And all of the vendors, nobody would bend or send us a bid on doing recycling pickup every week. Okay, so they had backed away from wanting to do that. In the past, some of the subdivisions had contracts for their subdivisions, which was recycling every week and trash every week. But we had a lot of other people that either didn't have trash pickup or had very limited amounts of trash. And so it seemed like the right thing to do was to go with trash every week with one large can and recycling with a medium-sized can on every other week basis. And that is what we went with. If we go to a recycling every week, then we penalize all those people that either don't recycle or don't have enough trash to even fill up one can. And so that's how we got to being in the one can and then recycling every 2 weeks. That's the way we got there. And I'm not in favor of penalizing some people to support other people for doing that sort of thing.
And
I appreciate that.
And I'm in agreement, but for maybe a little bit of a different reason, in that I've had people on both sides. Some say, I want more recycling, and I've had some people, why are we doing this? And I think really we came into a good compromise. The other issue that I find important, especially for those that are especially in tune to recycling, is that when you have these large trucks billowing out a lot of CO2 and other pollutants, that it's counter helpful. I don't know if that's proper English, but that it's not helpful. And so I'm opposed to going to every week. Now, a possible solution, which I'm not really for, but I would consider, is why not the same size container?
That's the trucks and the way they use them. I don't know.
Well, and that's the solution that I'm
But
for.
there is two solutions that are available today. One, you can buy a second can, which will get picked up every second week, not every week, but a second can. You can pay for that. And the second thing you can do is if you got extra recycling, take it over to the high school. Put it in the bins that are over there. If you do that once in a while, they'll keep you ahead and you can do that sort of thing.
And I mean, that's what we used to do all the time before we had the every other week.
And the other thing about recycling is if you take the cardboard boxes and just throw cardboard boxes in, your can gets full real quick. If you take the cardboard boxes and break them down and make them small and all that sort of stuff, you can put a lot of stuff in one of those big cans.
And I've done that,
Yeah,
especially
I see.
around Christmas time.
Sure.
And the nice thing about
Well,
cardboard is that you can save that to the next
Mhm.
pickup, whereas some of the other recycling I kind of want to get rid of.
sure,
Do you want to reply to the residents' inquiry on that?
sure, I can send it back.
Okay.
I can send something back down. I can talk to
I
them.
think all that makes
I
perfect
didn't
sense.
want to talk to them until I talked.
Yeah, I think all of that makes perfect
But
sense.
that's how we got to where we are.
Mhm.
And I don't know whether we could get a vendor to come back and even bid every week pickup anyhow. Because we're still wanting to do every week pickup on the side.
I think all that sounds great.
Is it over here? Mine's over here.
No, that's fine.
Mhm.
It got damaged.
Oh, it did.
There's one right there, I think.
That's an audio. It's
Oh.
headphones.
No, that's definitely here, and it's definitely been compromised.
Okay, I got an email from, Kevin Hennessy about the recycling, and asked, we went together with Berkshire and Delaware Township and bid and got the contract that we got. And we were looking at, he was asking a question about the contract, I believe, expires at the end of the year. Need to look at it, see if we can automatically extend it. And the question is, do we want to continue the three townships together? I think it's worked out okay for us. The contract needs to be the same for all three townships. And, or we could go on our own and do whatever we could do on it. And if you want me to, I'll contact them and try to get the whole thing started again.
I'm very happy with how it's been going, and I think it's worked very well with Delaware Township and Berkshire Township. And especially since we've gone to the new vendor. The vendor before, I was not satisfied with in any way. But I think, I hate to change when things are going so well. The only thing that I had thought about is that I did see that Genoa was up for a new contract. I didn't know if we wanted to consider expanding, but I don't want to ruin a good thing.
Yeah, I don't either. And, I believe ours was a little bit less than theirs this time. And maybe, yeah, who knows?
I just threw it out there. I'm not asking or suggesting that we should, but I was just saying that there's this.
What I wanted was an authority from the board to go ahead and talk to these guys and do like we've done before.
So moved.
Put the bid together and that sort of thing. Okay.
Move to appoint trustee Bullard as the representative for the Rumpke, trash and recycling contract and work with, respective townships on the mutual agreement.
Second. That's a little more succinct.
Discussion,
Precise.
call roll please.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien, Rail.
Yes.
Okay, job postings.
Okay, so we haven't gotten a lot of bites on, our current job postings. So I wanted to, really talk through the possibility of $1,000 for posting to Indeed and up to $500 for posting the township administrator position on, it's called the OCM website. It's
Is that a motion?
no, I'm asking if you guys think that 500 and 1,000 is enough first.
So I don't really know their efficacy, but I'm willing to try. I mean, I don't find the amount excessive, but I don't know the efficacy. And so if it works, that's great. And if it doesn't, then we'll try something else, I guess.
Yeah, I think we did try a secondary website before that I didn't think generated much traffic, but this is the OCMA, Ohio City County Management Association. And Michelle Bonney recommended it from Orange. She said that there's a lot of quality postings there. So if you guys are okay with those amounts and testing it out, it would be up to, I may not spend that amount.
Sure.
Okay.
So I know that we,
Should you guys read the paper today? Columbus Dispatch.
No.
And the reason I asked that is there was an article in there about Etna Township. Etna Township has had all of their employees quit. They're down to an assistant zoning inspector who's the only one in the office. Everybody else is,
including their road crew,
and this, everybody's swapped out, but sounds like it's a real mess.
that'd be a disaster.
And the trustees aren't getting along and that sort of thing. But one of the things that was mentioned in the article was they were trying to hire people and they were going to a search company that was to help them find people in the township, or that specializes in coming up with people for the township. But they basically don't have anybody. I mean, you name it, they've all quit. And what I'm wondering is, we can do the search, and with the advertising that we want to put in and do all that, no problem, I support that. But if we can do better with a search team or someone that's doing that, I'm more willing to do that too.
I'd like to try out the posting first because I do
Sure.
have confidence in our board's ability to select a viable candidate.
Mhm.
It's just more of the exposure and getting the job posting out there to receive those applications. And I know that they're, to your point, the quality of the candidates, the, viability of them, we're gonna run into that. But we have to have the applicants to be able to.
So I think that's the first step, and if not, then we can go to the second step.
Great.
Okay, so the.
So I move that we authorize $1,500 to be directed by trustee Rail for the purpose of advertising job postings.
Second. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes. Potential sheriff services.
Yeah, so this is an interesting prospect that came up recently. I was speaking to the township administrator at Berkshire, Tyler Lane, and he was mentioning wanting to have additional sheriff services on the west side of northwest side of Berkshire. And I thought it was a good idea, and we started talking, and he said, well, why don't I look in to see what sheriff services would look like if we were to enter into a contract with the sheriff's department. And he looked into it, and I think I sent you all the information, but it was the statistics that he provided were included, and he indicated that rather than being, I thought it would be close to like $1 million a year for the car, and it ended up being about $450,000. So we'd absorb half of that potentially. This is just a brainstorm. And what they would do is they would need to be provided an office space to be able to post up, and they could have cars, a car there that would be only dedicated to our two townships. Between, I think there were some certain hours, they were gonna do it based on the volume of the phone calls. So what I attached for you all to review were the requests made in Berkshire to the sheriff's office and where all they were made. And if we wanted to pursue it further, I could get a call log for Berlin and see where we think.
Well, that would be interesting.
Yeah,
So I'm open, but I'm not easily sold.
yeah, sure.
And I'll tell you, part of the reason is when I was county commissioner, it caused a lot of tension among a variety of entities. So there was a tension between the commissioners and the sheriff, because there is statutory ambiguity, I would say a little bit, of what the sheriff can do and what the commissioners can do. And it may have been at the time the particular sheriff that was in office and the particular commissioners at the time, but there was a lot of tension. And then there was tension among the townships because, hey, you're restricting where this deputy can go. Well, we're paying for it. Well, and then they became more available. And then the reverse was, hey, we're paying them and we're getting no more service because they're going everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
there is commissioner versus sheriff tension, and there's township among township tension
yeah,
that you may not at first glance
see
See.
or understand.
And I'm not just talking about Berkshire versus Berlin, I'm talking the paying the people versus
Right.
the not.
Right,
Because if somebody's getting attacked in Brown Township, you don't want to say you can't go.
yeah,
But if all of a sudden, all the time, they're equally distributed proportionally with Brown, then you say, why am I paying?
yeah,
And then the budget time comes with the sheriff and the commissioners. Well, I need to have this many people. Well, you're good. And it turns into a nightmare. So I'm just telling you, you're stepping into something that's more complex than meets the eye.
sure. No, I appreciate that. I think that those are all nuances we should talk through.
Orange Township did that for a while.
Did they stop? I don't know.
I don't know more. I don't remember more.
Maybe I'll follow up with the owners.
Well,
and see.
I believe there
It's
was a
good, it's
potential
gonna take
for
somebody
change.
that's been around a few years, because it happened a while back.
Mm,
Okay, there was a apartment complex built down there that was, Section 8 housing. And suddenly Delaware County's crime rate doubled, and it was all in Orange Township, and they were robbing everything and all that sort of stuff. And so the way they got around it was they put the sheriff there in Little Center, and had the sheriff there, and they paid for sheriff to be there 24/7 to, patrol the township. And eventually the Section 8 housing went away, and it went into the normal apartment complex. The crime rate went back down, where it should be. And then I think that's why they, quit doing it.
And the tension at that time was, I believe, between Orange and Liberty, those two townships. But you've had a total change of trustees in both. And so that's gone away, but it did exist at a time.
Interesting.
And we had talked with the sheriff here, because we had some robberies over on the other side of the lake. And, we got that taken care of, got it with the home watch and the watch group and all that sort of stuff, and got it taken care of. As far as the robberies stopped, let me put it that way. But anyhow, what the sheriff had suggested was, give me some money, and I will promise you that I will give you somebody for X number of hours sometime during the day. Okay, not at any,
Not set hours.
and suddenly, then the question gets to be in my mind is, okay, we're giving you money, he's gonna be here, but how much would he have been here before we're gonna give him?
And that's exactly what did happen.
What changed, by us giving him money?
And when,
And so we didn't give him any money.
right, and when the townships were funding the sheriff, and the commissioners kind of pulled that same amount of money out of the budget. And so, and then the sheriff says, well, I gotta cover the whole county. And so there's just a dynamic there that, and it may not be there like that now, but.
It's all worth looking into, I think, just a little bit deeper. I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole.
I'm all for police protection, but let's make sure we're getting.
I totally agree. I mean, when you go, when you're driving 36, 37 at 3Bs and K right now, there's always a sheriff right there anyway.
There is.
So.
I'm looking forward to that day.
And we don't have to
It's
pay
going
for
a little
that.
too fast, yeah.
So.
And when they're not there, they're either over on
And that's
north
it.
south, or they're over
Yeah.
where the ODOT is.
Yeah, so to me, I understand your point. What's the value add if they're gonna be there anyway?
Mhm.
And I
Sometimes
think-
they sit down there and sometimes they sit here,
Yeah.
so they're right here anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Maybe I can dig up a little bit more.
It's funny, I never really thought that. We are pretty well protected.
They sit down there quite a bit. I haven't noticed them in here as much, but they're down there.
Yeah, and when I see it, I don't think, oh, protection, I think, oh, am I going too fast?
That I sent on 37, I sent 35.
Yeah,
I mean,
for that 35, for sure,
it turns to 35 there.
for sure.
Without warning, it just, well, I mean, there's a little warning, but no.
You better be doing 35.
Yeah.
Because they do either way.
Okay.
Okay, Sultan?
Okay, yes, cell tower. I have been chatting with, Mr. Reinhardt a little bit about the cell tower situation. And I have a couple comments that I'd like to make for the board this evening, prepared in cooperation with Mr. Reinhardt. Let me first say that I definitely am thankful, as we know, a letter has gone out to the residents and to all the residents who took the time to write us and call us and provide feedback, whether that feedback was inquiry or whether that feedback was, really a perspective giving. We're elected to represent the residents as part of our job. And so ensuring the safety of our community is going to come first. That said, recently, information has been circulated in the township by a political action committee to those registered, particularly as Republican in our township, and approximately 1 month before the Republican primary. Our board has been engaged in litigation for years on the matter of the cell tower, and in that time, to my knowledge, no members of the associated PAC have reached out to me to ask what the safety concerns were of this board. And nor have they, and even though they haven't, I have personally been very grateful for the opportunity to speak with residents about this important issue and bring a spotlight to two critical aspects that were shared within that flyer. The first is the assertion of the frivolous lawsuit. We have a letter on our website that goes into great detail from October 2023 and explains the complexity of these issues and the associated lawsuits, one by this board in keeping with state law, and two by Towerco and the Olentangy local school district's alleged leasing of the land. It is the board's opinion that state law applies to Towerco in its proposed consideration. The board at the time followed the Ohio Revised Code with respect to the construction of the proposed tower. Objections were received, and based upon the objections from both the residents and the board at the time, the board followed the Ohio Revised Code. There are very real concerns here. I know that I have said this a few different times, but this case has been actively litigated for 2 years, with a temporary restraining order having been previously granted by the Court of Common Pleas in favor of Berlin Township, which would not have been granted if the litigation was merely frivolous. Of the 2 cases in which this board and individual members of this board were sued, one of those cases has been dropped at this time. The board remains confident in its ability to prevail in the other 2 cases as well, and has requested for associated fees to be awarded back to the board should we prevail. Our board has raised concerns openly and transparently since November of 2021 on this matter, which have included but are not limited to the height creating problematic fall zone in proximity to the school parking lot and stadium, debris and ice accumulating, security measures to prevent children from climbing the tower, and cars parking next to the tower in the grass, amongst other concerns. Despite the board's safety concerns and taking the legal position that zoning applies, the construction of the tower began without resolving critical issues. Again, we have been transparent in meetings and kept residents up to date. And at this time, we have appealed the issuance of the preliminary injunction granted to Towerco in the federal court. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals has issued a stay of the preliminary injunction order, and we are in the process of an appeal. I will read directly from the opinion of the Sixth Circuit Court, and I appreciate your indulgence here, gentlemen, granting the stay because I was advised to do so. The township argues that it will be irreparably injured in the absence of a stay because the injunction prevents it from protecting its legal interest in the state court action. It asserts that Towerco has resumed construction on the cell tower in violation of the state's court order of September 29, 2022, judgment entry in which Towerco and its lessor, the school district, agreed not to continue further construction of the tower pending resolution of the matters in state court. Correspondence between the parties indicates that Towerco has, in fact, resumed construction, and Towerco stated that it believed the district's court's injunction rendered the state court order moot. With Towerco using the district court injunction to justify resuming construction, the township now faces the certain and immediate harm that was merely speculative when the township asked the district court to stay its order. Any attempt to litigate the state court matter, including seeking enforcement of the state court injunction, would violate the district court's injunction because it would be an attempt to prevent Towerco from completing and deploying the cell tower. Here, the township has demonstrated that it is being irreparably harmed absent a stay. As the district court correctly noted, a stay of its injunction would not harm others, including Towerco. Towerco agreed to cease all construction activities pending the state court's decision on the merits. That it now attempts to rewrite its agreement by stating that it agreed to cease construction pending any decision by any court is, at minimum, a misreading of the state court's orders. So that's the opinion. In addition, this board of trustees is reviewing any additional actions that should be considered at this time based on the court's decision. As best as we can, we'll continue to keep the residents up to date of the status of these matters as they progress and will post to the website as needed. We work for the residents and we will continue to field open questions, take feedback, take phone calls, and engage as transparently as possible to ensure the safety of the children, teachers, and families in the township. I didn't know if you all had anything to add, but this was in summary to the flyer that went out and our response at this time. My response.
I wouldn't mind putting it on the website.
My reading.
I think that would be good.
Okay, well then authorize me to represent the board and I'll put it into a paper document.
Second?
Okay, what are we authorizing?
Authorize trustee Rail to represent the board in responding to the flyer distributed to the township and the status update of the current courts.
As was stated
As was
here,
stated in the February 26, 2024 meeting.
I'll second that.
Well,
Did you move it? Or did
Well,
you-
no,
I
she
did,
moved
you
it.
seconded it.
I said
Discussion.
that earlier. You said, what do we do?
It would be, I would probably do slight modifications, just grammar,
But
core essence of it.
yes, I just don't want you to go off onto
No,
it.
That
sounds more like me, but I know me, so I want to make sure that.
but I might
I'm
have
not
a period
really
or
off.
two change.
No, sure, that's fine.
We have a motion in 2 seconds. Call roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
But the only other thing that I would add is that I have been pleased with the reaction of the community because they ask very appropriate questions.
Oh, yes.
Because the way it was worded, they, I think it's incumbent upon the residents to ask those questions. And when they're answered, they're very supportive of us. And I actually find that the flyer actually opened dialogue, which was helpful.
I thought so too. We have been in this case for a couple of years, but for being new to residents to be able to understand and be able to reach out to us, I think is really important.
The only unfortunate thing that I think is that there may be repercussions to the school's levy because they're taking issues. So they're supportive of us, but they're not supportive of everybody.
Yeah. I would say the other assertion, and you can let me know if I should include this or not, that I found just factually incorrect is the $300,000 that the
Well,
township
see,
has
the way that, but it didn't say that, I don't think. I think it worded it that $300,000 was spent, which if you include hours and own changes, that might be accurate. But it wasn't worded in such a way somebody would infer that, but it was written in such a way that it could be
It didn't say the
interpreted that.
township has spent $300,000.
I don't think so.
It's a typical, you got to parse the words to do.
Yeah.
What the thing's trying to say.
Well, regardless, I think we should be transparent in the costs, and so I think that us having spent, about 2/3 of that overall, I think we are coming in at close to 210,000. Again, with fees that would be associated and have been requested back in part, whether that be zoning fees or those kinds of things should we prevail. That's an important thing to consider, and I very much so appreciate residents asking about that
Right.
and balancing that safety impact with the cost.
Well, and you know me, if it's $100 that I think is fruitless, I will fight to the teeth about it. But when it comes to health, safety, and welfare, and especially safety, I mean, that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
And if we can't protect our residents, we shouldn't be here.
Yeah, and you will fight it.
I
am.
There's a school shooter involved. Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
So we got that. And, I've been getting calls and emails and stuff like that, and I've forwarded the emails that I've gotten to you guys. Most of them are positive. I mean, I'm surprised that, I was surprised that they weren't more negative, that they were positive.
Before I knew that, there was a flyer that had been distributed, I did get a message, this wonderful voicemail from a resident. And I had no clue what I was getting. And I was like, this just made my whole week. And so, no, I appreciate, but I also appreciate the constructive feedback too and the criticism. And that's what our job is to balance that and figure out a way to be able to do our job in this. So, should I add the second part about the monetary to what I included in the website?
I would give you deference because you mentioned it here. You can decide to do it or not.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay. Whole business, evergreen trees, signs, donations, and rules updates. I don't have anything on part of it, but I do have on some of it. Evergreen trees, we're still working with Acorn. They're just, getting the paperwork right. As soon as they get the paperwork right, we will plant some trees. Signs, and, we've put there's a check in there, which is a deposit for the sign. So that's moving forward. Still working on that. Donations and rules updates, I don't have anything on that at this point. Same thing on family plot consideration at Everton. I don't have an update on that. Everything else seems to be going okay. Cheshire Road widening, easement, and fiber.
So the board has been given from the prosecutor's office a document, and he wanted to triple check with us that it's okay. But I do want you to actually read it with a little bit of fine tooth, because there are some expenses there that are a little higher than what I had anticipated. I'm okay with moving forward, but I want you to be okay with it.
I'm okay with moving forward, but that document I started to read, and then I thought, well, it's a draft. And this mentions send everything to the administrator.
Well, that's the
We
next
don't
thing.
have
So
an administrator.
where do we want that sent to? Because that position, I mean, if that position doesn't exist, somebody has to accomplish those tasks.
The fiscal officer is our record keeper.
Okay.
Okay, that's what it should go.
Okay,
I mean,
so
everything-
have them change it to fiscal officer.
I mean, if you send it to one of us, really, I can't send it to you guys.
That's right.
But, you can kind of.
Right.
Well, you could, but without comments, and what
Yeah,
is that?
and Claudia does a great job of getting it out and doing all that sort of stuff.
So that was my next.
That was one thing, and then there was a couple other things.
There was a couple other things, so get them to me so that I can have them changed.
Okay, I'll have to,
Or,
I'll read it again.
okay,
I'll start.
but were you generally okay with the dollar amounts?
Makes sense.
Because it brings to focus why we're paying through the nose for those other vendors, because, but the thing is, it goes back to safety, but here it's security. And if we can't have a secure internet, we can't have a safe fire department.
That's right.
So, I mean, that is very meaningful, what the county can provide to us.
Right.
I don't believe.
And
any other
cybersecurity,
vendor
so,
can.
yeah, I don't think that we don't have the capacity right now.
No, well, I don't think any township in this county has that capacity to really affect that. But there are some controls that we have to give the county because, for instance, we can't use software that isn't safe and secure because we want that security and they can't vouch for it. And did you notice it's Office 365?
I didn't notice that.
I wondered if you noticed that.
Yeah.
I wondered if you'd comment on that.
No, I wasn't going to.
Okay.
Okay,
There isn't that.
so anything else on lighting or?
No.
Well, it's all dependent on this, because you've already looked at those other documents and you're okay with those, right?
Mhm.
But I have made it crystal clear, we're not acting on one unless we're acting on three. And that has made us get to item number 3, because they're, oh, we'll do that later, we'll do it then. No,
Time to do it.
and the engineer wants this one, so, we may not be getting as much money or things like that it's worth, but we're getting other things in consideration, so I'm happy. And they're happy too, because they're getting,
Definitely.
it's,
I thought you did a great job on this project, because it had a lot of nuance and complexity to it, and I thought I'm pleased overall with the outcome, for sure.
yes, and there's all sorts of different personalities involved in this. You've got Tiffany Jenkins, you've got some other engineers at the engineer's office, you've got Chris Roserman involved in it, you've got Eric Costello at the commissioner's office, you've got George Keitsa involved, you've got Steve Lewis involved, there's somebody else. And they're all working together.
Love it,
Okay,
love it.
You might want to have them change the fiscal officer certification to Berlin Township, not Orange.
I wanted you to, because there was one other thing there that I thought you might have problems with. So if you go through it and if you find something that you're not happy with, let me know, okay?
okay. Jed,
Because it's something you have to deal with.
Jed and Chip updates?
Yes, tip updates. Did-
Oh, I have them in my car to take to the auditor tomorrow.
Okay, so, there's a form to complete by the auditor's office. And, to my knowledge, Chris has, completed everything and given everything to Claudia, and it'll be provided to the auditor tomorrow.
So once that's done, we'll get more clarity as to whether the greenery is or is not actually tipped.
Yes, yes, correct. And it should be.
It should be, but there is an argument that portion of it is zoned. There's two different zones there, remember? And so that might affect part of it. So it might be partially, even though it's all the same type of thing, the zoning could affect that, even though zoning's not supposed to affect the valuation, it could affect the TIF.
Mm-hmm. For the JED, where it was left was, basically the status of North Point Hotel was communicated to, Metro. And, they understand what the situation is, and they're still debating, in my understanding, they're still having conversations with Sunbury about potentially annexing. They've been communicated with that that's not really part of necessarily being part of the JED. So, I haven't had any conversations, they haven't returned my messages. So, we'll see where we land.
On the TIF application, I can save you a trip if you like. I go next door to the auditor every morning.
I need my copy stamped, you will bring it back.
And then also with the
Because
TIF.
he'll have to deal with the problem when you're gone.
Exactly.
And then also with the, TIF as well, I wanted to see, because we have the greenery, but do we have any other opportunities to TIF other areas in the township while we're kind of in this mindset? I mean, I think we did pretty well getting the west and the, getting the segments, but,
I'm not aware of any,
okay.
but that doesn't mean. The only other place that could potentially, that we didn't, is Old Cheshire. Because that can be CAUV, not CAUV, CRA.
Okay, anything else?
Hmm.
Parks and Trails report.
Keep that on the agenda. I'll have that for next week. The Parks and Trails Committee is meeting on Wednesday this week to
Okay.
confirm the report.
Deed restrictions for Park Pike Road.
Yes, you were not here last time, Trustee Board, when we had this conversation, but, I'm going to have Jerry, Valentine follow up on this. We have been advised that joining ourselves to a party on the deed restrictions for the Pyatt Road parcel that wants to be a dentist's office or lawyer, that we cannot join ourselves within that agreement.
That's what I had understood. I talked with Tony.
Okay, so,
And what I kind of suggested to him, although maybe the only way to do the daycare there and get what we're really looking for would be in a BZA application. And they could do it as a conditional use permit, and that will be limited to that conditional use. Leave the property as FR1 and not do anything more to it.
We already have approved the zoning.
We didn't approve the zoning for that commercial property. I don't think we did.
Yes, we did. We did it conditional on them providing us with the language for the deed restriction. I think they had 3 months, and they provided the language in that time. And so we've already approved it, and that's where I think we have an issue.
I didn't think we had, but okay. I knew we'd done the residential part. And then, we met and talked about the parking and the mailboxes and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And we was gonna put that in the, but I thought that the other one was, the other portion of it was not voted on. At least I don't remember doing a vote on
It was voted on. Let me see what we can find.
it. Okay.
Otherwise, it would be continued and it's not.
But yeah, I believe that we can't do deed restrictions on that. There isn't any way to do that. And there's no way to limit the, commercial zoning once it's commercially zoned.
Well, so I'm pretty sure we've approved it, and I think that's where we're gonna have a problem. Is how are we gonna, I guess maybe I'll follow up with Tony and see what our options are now. How about that?
Yes, I'm not sure they're good.
Okay.
You know, I might have missed the conversation or whatever, or maybe even the vote, but. as I
Yeah, you
remember-
might be.
Just as I remembered it, it was, we approved half of it.
I think he might be right.
That we didn't approve it?
Yeah, because I'm only showing that I only sent over one.
But it would be either voted down or it would have to be continued, and it's neither of those.
We voted on it, but you might not have sent it because we were waiting for that language for a while.
That's possible.
Might be. This,
That's possible.
this approval that I sent was only for,
Yeah,
For the residential.
housing.
I'll look into it.
And I would be willing to, because of the issues that we had here, suspend the zoning application fee for BDA zoning meeting. And I know that's expensive, but just as a way.
I'd be willing to do that, yeah, but I'm not sure that it will be effective. But if it is effective, I have no problem.
The prosecutor seemed to think that that would work.
I don't think that he was aware that we had voted on it.
Okay.
So I think we'll get resolution on whether or not
Sure.
we did vote on it, and if we did,
Mhm.
then I'll reach out to him and.
Yeah, but if not, then we could do it. Yeah, you understand?
Yeah, we're all on the same page, I believe.
Okay, so letter to Regional Planning Commission.
You can remove that from the agenda. I've written a letter, and I sent it to the board, 2 meetings ago. It was, Concord had written a letter indicating that they wanted the, standards to be revised and taken into account in aligning with, township and, comp plans and zoning resolutions. And I wrote a letter, and I just took a portion of what Concord was that we agreed with. And I said that I was authorized to represent the board in having a conversation about this and look forward to future dialogue. I have not heard back from Scott Sanders since that time.
How long ago was it approximately?
Approximately a week ago. But you can remove that from the agenda now.
I talked with, Joe about that, and,
Which Joe?
Aaron.
Joe Garrett. And, he was saying that they had tried the letter and done that sort of thing, and just wasn't able to get where they wanted to get to, and that's why they got to where they got to. I said, we haven't gotten there yet. What we've done is worked for us in the past. But, we need to be careful about the way we tie together on that whole thing. Because not everybody is viewed as the same in the prosecutor's office, let me put it that way.
Yeah, that's true. Well, but there's more to it than that, in that we want what we want, but we don't want unintended consequences by going too far.
That's correct.
And there's a number of ways we can go too far. And so I think, I believe I agree with Concord Township's assessment of the issue. I'm not totally sure of their solution.
Well, they indicated mainly just a discussion right now. They just want a joint meeting to have a conversation about these things, which I'm in favor of.
Well,
but-
yes, but do you really know what their solution is?
No, and I don't think that they necessarily have one set path forward.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
I just have a little concern that a strong Delaware County regional plan helps the townships. And so I don't want to weaken Delaware County regional plan. But I do want them to enforce what they're supposed to enforce.
Sure. And do what they're supposed to do.
And to make recommendations based on the comprehensive land use plans.
Mhm.
Unless there are, just like BZA, there are times that there are exceptions that really should be considered. But just because some other township does it, doesn't mean it should be an exception for another township who has in their comprehensive land use plan a certain restriction.
Mhm.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Do we need to do anything?
No, we already sent the letter, so
Okay.
all's well, and, I can say that in the last meeting, I did feel that there was more dialogue with respect to the comprehensive land use plan, on a particular, plan, in Berkshire Township, and so I did think that there was a different tone to what was taking place than historically has been. In fact, the staff of DCRPC voted to not recommend a land use that wasn't included in Berkshire's comp land use plan on the parcel. And historically, and don't hold me exactly to it, but I only recall myself voting no on anything over the last year to year and a half, in alignment with the comp plan
Yes.
of the respective
You are
township.
not alone. I usually could garner one or two.
Oh, you're better than me. Lone man standing oftentimes, but I was pleased to see the thoughtful consideration going into some of, and they always have been, but I think just being a little bit more hyper vigilant and being faithful to that.
Well, and I think it's fair to developers, landowners, and everybody involved if they know you're going to follow the plan. And I've always been of the opinion, plans aren't perfect. If the plans aren't perfect, fix them.
Mhm.
And then it's fair to everybody.
Level
because
set the
every-
expectations.
Yeah, and, we had to change our land use plan because it got outdated.
Yeah,
They do get outdated.
yeah, agreed. Okay,
Okay.
we're good with that.
Sewer Delport.
I think that has actually come to a resolution as well. You weren't here for this discussion, but essentially, we're looking at the potential of having a couple people on Dale Ford being able to tap in some way to the MI community development behind them. And I'm just talking and connecting them with Tiffany Bag, having conversations, but it's nothing that is on the township's part. I'm just sort of connecting parties on this, so.
It's really sort of like what we heard earlier on the McNamara.
Yeah, it's very similar, yeah, very similar. Nothing to update with, and you can remove it at this time.
And typically, that's a really expensive, because the sewer lines, I know in back here, is 35 foot deep, which means you can't just get a old backhoe and dig down. You gotta, and it's really expensive if you gotta go a little ways, 35 foot deep trench.
And 35 feet down, you don't necessarily know what you're hitting.
Yeah, you mounted rocks and everything.
Yeah. Well, and gravel can be more expensive than a soft, solid rock, not bedrock, but you know. So you
You
just,
gotta put risers in. You
Well, and that would be, that would be for those landowners to
gotta-
figure
So
out.
landowners should
if-
fix it,
Yeah, so, I think just connecting them and having them consider what their options are, and if they wanna pay for that, they can go around and pay for that and work with the county to do.
And the other thing that the sewer district can do is get the sewer line right up to the property line. But if it goes up to there, on the property line, somebody's gotta buy that access. I mean, and, sometimes the developers should make people happy when they actually go put it here. On the property, on the other property. That's- Okay, Intel codes from economic development.
You can remove this from the list too, so I sent that via email to you all, the new coordinator for economic development. Went around a 2-hour radius of Intel in Phoenix, Arizona, and identified all the NAICS codes being used and all the businesses that came in, kind of attached to Intel. And the thought on this is that the same kind of companies will follow the Intel over here. I think it's great to analyze, and they provided recommendations on some NAICS codes that are currently not included in our plan, and so I think when the time comes for our zoning resolution considerations, we'll need to separate out the BCO and the BIO and have those conversations distinctly as a board.
Okay.
You said take that off?
Yeah, you can take that off, it will reappear under our zoning resolution updates.
Okay, snowplow mutual aid agreement, I got nothing new on that. We haven't had enough snow to make any difference on that, so we'll get there. Future meetings,
So do you want that still on?
or,
Do you want that still on?
put it in March. Second meeting in March. Future meetings,
so we have the Delaware County Township Association meeting on March 14th.
correct?
And we received an email from trustee Vaughn from Genoa Township asking for one of you to make a 3 to 5 minute speech. I think the chair should take the lead on that, don't we?
Yes.
What we could do is, 1.5 for me, 1.5.
Split the difference. I'll split.
Split the difference, or 2 minutes. We'll look it up.
Well, we actually could do that. I could talk about fire, you could talk about roads and cemeteries, you could talk about zoning. There you have
In
it.
2 minutes or less?
If I can do it, you could do it.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm gonna say there. This is the broader GCTA, not the, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But,
Any other meetings?
well, there's the health district, she didn't talk about that, that's coming up.
Health district meeting.
Yeah, health district. That I'll go to, I forget what the date on that is. But that's coming up in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, it is.
Um,
And you plan on going on, okay?
Unless,
I mean,
the chair has prerogative of going if you want to go. I mean, the statute says it's
So
you.
you can go, and I may show up.
Okay.
But it's just, you would be the vote, because we only get one vote for township.
Right.
And that way, if you're late or something like that, I'll step in.
There you go.
No problem.
Excellent.
We have Parks and Trails Wednesday. Thursday, I cannot make the DCRPC meeting.
This Thursday,
Are you able to?
if you're not there, I'm there, but, I haven't looked at the documents yet, have they sent them?
They did send them. You want me to forward them?
Yes,
I'll forward
have them, but I haven't looked at them since I listened to them.
Thank you, and I trust you'll represent Berlin Township vote well.
Yes. I think the whole township is very well represented.
I think so.
Did they change the time and place of that?
6 PM and fixed the campus.
Is that what they now meet? I know with the election, I couldn't be at the board of elections.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they always meet at the.
They always need that.
Okay, late items?
I need an executive session. I need an executive session.
Okay, I have some other late items though before executive session.
I got three, let me run through them. Maybe cover one here.
Yeah.
You got an email from Tim Carr, did you get that? Okay,
Asking for a meeting?
and then there was another one from someone that was interested in the assistant chief position.
I don't think I got that either.
How old is that?
This is definitely one of them.
I mean, if it was like 4 weeks ago, I got it, but if it's like in the past 2 weeks, I
It
haven't.
could have been a while back, because I was just checking my email.
Do you have an update on the assistant chief? What was the date of it?
Let me forward this to you. It was sent to everybody, because she got it, but it was February 9th from Tim Carr.
Yeah, we got that.
Okay. So then I don't need to worry about that. The assistant chief thing. And then, Soil and Water has a tree program.
And then it did sign.
You signed my sticky note, that other sheet needs signed.
So you can buy seedling trees.
Oh, I see it.
It's small.
It's tiny. I can't do it.
I would have done the same thing.
The Soil and Water, this has a tree program where you can purchase seedlings and that's in effect now. You can order them, you get them April 15th.
And they're very good, except don't expect, they are seedlings, so you're talking about.
There's that tall, but they grow quick.
Yes, but they're, if you're looking for shade next year,
They're not gonna be shade next year. And if you get the wrong kind of deer, you
oh yeah, straight with the grass.
Okay, that's all I got. You said you have something?
Yeah, and, well, first I moved to renew Jerry Valentine as, interim zoning inspector for an additional 60-day period
At the same rate.
at the same rate of pay.
I second.
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
The second item is, it's a 2-point issue. But BZC has been partnering with Jen Huber of Brochus Johnson Grace for the zoning resolution. And that partnership has been very fruitful and informative for the BZC in terms of helping them think through issues and get accustomed to particularly complex zoning issues. I'd like for us to consider as a board to have more of a standing partnership in that space to help provide support for BZC on certain consultative matters. I'm not gonna bring anything forward this time, but depending on the appetite, I'd like to bring forward a proposal, rather comprehensive proposal next meeting, because I will not only have that for the BZC, but also trustee Bullard, we spoke at last meeting discussing the pay rate for BZA members and BCC members, and I have done some research, and trustee Skinner provided some additional research, and I would like to take into account the potential of raising that rate per meeting for both BCC and BZA members, given the amount of time that a lot of these complex issues are taking. Not substantively, but to be more in line where I think we're at.
The only thing I would say is be real careful how we do it, because Claudia and I worked a long time to get the hourly rate, and the reason we did the hourly rate was to make the Oprah's people happy.
Yeah,
Now,
right.
not everybody's doing that, so
Yeah.
we just gotta be, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, that sounds
We
good.
just gotta be real careful how we do it. Otherwise, we get crossways and Oprahs.
The other issue related therein is not only the rate for the BZC and representation for the BZC, but also for the BZA. It's my understanding that the prosecutor's office did attend the first meeting for the BZA in representing a recent application, but did not attend the second meeting.
Why?
I am unclear as to the motivation as to why they did not attend. However,
BZA know what was gonna happen that they weren't in the
I
meeting?
believe so. Of course, I didn't talk with the BZA, but in my conversation with the prosecutor's office, I became aware that there was not the intention to attend
I'm not okay with
the
that.
BZA meeting. And I'm not entirely sure why, but I'm also not okay with that because the applicant had voluminous representation there. And so what I'd also like to consider is having a third party involved with supporting the BZA and having that person be different than who would potentially represent the BZC for obvious reasons. And talking through making certain that the BZA has the support that they need to be informed on the decisions that they need to make.
So, I might throw a complication in here.
Oh, please.
So, when it comes to BZA, I think there needs to be two attorneys. I think one needs to represent BZA, and one needs to represent us.
I completely agree. That's not a complication at all
Well, it's one money. But, so I think the prosecutor should be there for BZA, and a third party should be there for the commissioners. I mean,
to me.
forgot where it was.
Wrong here. I agree with that, and I think we need to talk about that as a separate aspect, but that doesn't take away from the fact that if the prosecutor's office is not showing up, intentionally so, for a meeting of the BZA to represent the BZA, then we need to have somebody that will be there, will be representing the BZA.
So I agree with that, but I would take issue with it. I think the prosecutor's office shall be there. Now, if it's a model home, that's,
Right.
but if it's a true, even if it's a use variance, I think the prosecutor's office should be, well, I guess the model home is a use variance, but you know what I mean. A more complex issue at hand.
Let's just put it this way, it was not, and from my understanding of the situation, it was not because there was an unforeseen scheduling conflict. It was,
I'm not okay with that.
and I think it's problematic.
Now, if BZA said, oh, you don't need to come, okay, so then I would default BZA and I would say to our prosecutor office, don't ignore them, show up anyway.
That's not the impression that I got.
Well, then I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who cares that I'm not okay with that, but I'm not.
Well,
okay
that's the
with
thing, that's why I'm here, because I heard about it, and I also was not okay with it. And what I don't wanna do is have our residents who are serving on the BZA
left to hang
left to
dry.
hang dry.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Or them not being guided in the way
That's
that
effective.
is effective in the best interest of our township, would potentially put our township at risk
Yeah,
as a whole.
we're on the same page, so what's the solution? Are you on the same page too?
I think the prosecutor should, and should be a shall,
Yeah,
attend all PZA hearings. I mean, even organizationally, they should attend, because a lot of times the organization is screwed up as far as the way it's put together. And the prosecutors the only one who can straighten that out.
So there's kind of a twofold path to me here then. It sounds like somebody should reach out and ascertain the facts of the situation and express the sentiment that it is the expectation. And I'm happy to do that.
yes, and I think you as zoning should.
And-
Now, and I do understand scheduling conflicts,
Right,
but prosecutor office has more than one assistant prosecutor.
Yeah.
But let's say they're all attending a conference or something, then I think we should hire somebody. But I think it should be, the default should be prosecutor's office.
well, and that brings me to the second solution is we could actually have not, because they don't work together, but we could have some backup partnership with somebody so that if there's a situation like that, we're not left, because I knew before the meeting happened that they did not intend to be there. And it was too soon, like, we couldn't necessarily take action. I didn't quite understand what the situation was, but, so we could also kind of do a twofold solution where if they can't or they won't.
Well, if they won't, I'm gonna have a conversation with Melissa.
Would you like to have that conversation if they won't?
If they won't,
Okay,
but not until they won't.
let me figure out the facts of the situation, and then we can proceed from there, but, really unpleased with that, with, you know, our residents are there, our BZA's there, or, you know.
The thing I would say is I think it would be a Chris Betts conversation, because Melissa's first question is gonna be, what was Chris like?
All right,
Well,
so
let
I'll
me
reach
think
out.
about that. I have more of a relationship with her than him, but
Yeah.
Let me think about that. yes.
Okay,
But I'm okay with her saying I need to talk with Chris Betts and then back to.
yeah, that's,
I'm just saying that she's kind of pushed everything doing with zoning off on Chris.
okay. Well, and that leads me to and I know this, I'm not trying to take up too much time here, but just two quick things here. You all received the information that a potential applicant was requesting of our zoning office a letter.
Yeah, is that something we ever provided?
We have never provided it. They wanted it in a very specific format.
Are we supposed to do that?
No, there's nothing that requires us to do that. To be fair, it was their recommendation to just give that, and my argument back was, you want us to spend township time and money doing it for this applicant, which then means that, to be fair, we have to do it to everybody who makes those requests of us, and spend time and money in that when they asked for the verification, and we provided all the same information we would provide in a verification letter. So we said, this parcel is part of the Berlin Business Park.
So may I make a
Yeah.
recommendation? That we have a fee for that request.
But the thing about the fee, to me, is, I mean, we can do that, but we don't have anything in place for that as a mechanism right now.
So, okay,
And nor do we have the staff to support that.
so either we should do it or we say no to everybody.
That's, the latter is what where I came in. Because we can provide all the information, they just want it in a specific format. And I'm just not sure that there's any need.
But the problem is if we do that for them, the next person may have a totally different format they want it
Exactly. Township resources don't need to be utilized, especially when they're so scarce and within.
in. But we should provide the information.
Agree.
There you go.
So we provide the information.
I'm actually the applicant.
I thought you were. So we provided the information that was requested in the way that they requested it. But can we talk in a little bit?
Yeah, I just didn't know.
So we provided the information in the format, and the information that was requested. But then they reached out to the prosecutor's office And then,
I was surprised that the prosecutor's office responded, because in the past, they always said, we're not your representative, we won't talk to you.
I don't think they got back to them.
Oh, they got back to us.
Yeah, so,
Okay, well,
yeah,
then
so they
that's-
reached out to
that's-
us,
that's
and then they
okay.
said what the recommendation was from them. And then I said what my argument was, which is, I don't want to set a precedent, I don't want to spend the money and resources as a township investing in this, if all things being equal, you have the email from the zoning, inspector, you have the information that you need to be able to proceed forward just fine. So that's my stance on it.
How do we even know we got the question right?
Well, Jerry had reached out to them, they expressed what their concerns were.
No, my point is, we're responding to the question. So how do we know that we understand the question? You know, the applicant is the guy that's coming in with, he wants to do something. And all we got is a sentence or some sort of phrase,
Right.
word that's saying what his plan is. And we're responding to that question. We
Yeah,
don't know that we can respond to that question, but that question may not be accurate with what is really being asked.
right, fair point. And so that's why I didn't want to get into the business of going beyond, this parcel exists within this zoning district. You can look at the reference, the, Berlin Business Park overlay in this case, Article 15, and get the information related to zoning therein. And in this case, I believe it was a question of density and what was allowable within
But
that.
that's pretty clear, it's.
And that's why we just referenced it. It's all, it wasn't necessarily the procedural aspect, it wasn't saying what we would or wouldn't approve, it was just clarifying what the zoning code was. And I don't quite understand, and I'll follow up and get this information, why they went to the prosecutor's office and then not back to the zoning inspector. Because Jerry gave them everything that they were looking for, and then my understanding is that after that, they reached out to the prosecutor's office, and the office reached out to me to get clarification. But it doesn't seem that that's necessarily even
The flow chart.
the flow chart as needed, or unless they want to just work between attorneys, which is also fine. But I don't like the idea of them going back and forth, as you know. They can't invoke our lawyers when it's convenient for them, and then go and and talk to our zoning inspector and kind of, play off of each other, which has happened before too. And if that were the case, then I would ask Jerry to not respond and have the communication just go through the respective attorneys.
Yeah, attorney to attorney.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So I think that's where we're at with that. But I wanted to make sure you guys were okay with not doing that before I replied. And
Well, the main thing that we already agreed on is that what we do for one, we should do for all. Regardless of if we do it or if we don't do it, we need to be consistent in the same response.
And I'm just not sure that we would have the capacity at this point to be able to, well, and we don't say that we provide that.
Well, because even, I don't know that really a letter saying that the zoning exists is really necessary, because you have a map of where it is, and you've got the zoning text. It's already there.
I think it's a verification for financing kind of thing.
But we can provide the zoning text,
Mm-hmm.
and we can provide the map, which is in the zoning.
Yeah, right.
What else would we do?
What we're asking the zoning inspector to do is to provide some legal advice.
Well,
Is to
you
say
can't do that
this
because,
is what it says to do.
yeah, because you,
That's
because
not
you
right.
almost need a legal description of the land so that you don't get like what happened on that other parcel where there was a little tiny triangle that wasn't included. And how would the zoning inspector know that that little tiny triangle was not included?
Mhm.
I'm kind of going around to your way of thinking. Sometimes it takes.
Could
me a
not
while, I
agree more on
apologize.
that. No, I just think it's not a space that we are obliged to be in. And in this case, we provide all the same information just in an email format, and it just doesn't have a zoning inspector signature on it. So my understanding is that we were able to provide them what they needed, but just not in the format they needed it. And I'm not sure that that's our obligation.
Well, because the zoning inspector does enforcement,
Mhm,
he doesn't do advice.
mhm. Hadn't thought about that one. Okay.
They try to get advice out of it.
Because
Yeah.
what the person asking the question is asking for some legal advice.
Well, I would say what in this case, my understanding is they're asking for verification of what the zoning is that is in place.
Sure.
And that verification was provided via email by the zoning inspector. So I would say more so it's a verification request that we were able to honor to the extent that we probably should honor.
Well, I mean, we need to provide
Yeah,
the zoning text, we need to provide the map, we
Yeah.
need to say, here's the process to get the whatever.
mhm.
But whether or not it complies,
Yeah, no, I don't think that was even the question at this point. So I think it really was just, does this parcel exist? Can you verify that this is part of this?
I
So,
think we're all in agreement on that.
okay.
Now, did you have a question?
Am I able to address any?
Do you
well,
want,
he's the chair, so you have to ask him.
Oh, am I, yes, I can address the request if it's helpful.
Well, just a sec. Do you know what this is all about? I mean, I'm totally in the dark as to what's going on.
if you as the chair would like to entertain that, that's fine, but just know that you're breaking a precedent and you're allowing out public comment outside of public comment, which may or may not, it's your discretion, but it may or may not come to,
Well, the question is, does it relate to what you're talking about?
yeah, it does. Mhm. It's the question of if you want a member of the public to speak outside of public comment.
Are you gonna follow up on it afterwards?
If I could just talk in a quick 30 seconds,
It's just a precedent thing.
yeah, sure.
I can follow up with it afterwards. But again, remember, I also do not meet with developers to talk about plans
Sure. Sure.
because of the implications. that
So
it
has an
has.
application already been made?
No,
Well, then you can talk.
but I don't talk about specific plans that have or may come before us.
Well, that's a choice.
That is a choice, yeah.
But once an application comes, then
There is
It's not
no
really
formal
true.
application.
But until you get an application,
No,
it's just a
but-
hypothetical question.
No, it's not a hypothetical question to me, because if it ends up becoming a situation that we find ourselves currently in, where somebody is saying that they had a meeting with me and I said things that I did not say, and I did not have meetings that are claimed to be had against me, that's why I wouldn't do it.
So I understand your hesitancy because you got burned on some.
And multiple times, my friend, so I would rather not have a one-on-one conversation, and
So here's.
I would rather him speak right now before the board so that we can all
Yeah.
have it on record than have me speak one-on-one.
Right, so I actually did that. and
But
I'm
it would
okay
be
with that.
breaking precedence.
But
and-
here's the way to do it, is put it on the agenda for the next meeting, and it's not breaking the precedent, it's on the agenda.
Is it an urgent thing?
I couldn't tell you that.
Okay.
I do have a deadline.
Let's cover it at the next meeting. Ask for it and we'll do it.
I do have a deadline at the end of the week
Pardon?
I do have a deadline at the end of the week. I think this is really getting blown out of proportion. But unless you guys are. it's-
We've all been burned so many ways that it just
Yeah,
seems about.
that is not the intention here. It's really just very simple.
I understand.
I think it's.
Okay, let's go. Does that cover that subject?
Mr.
Anything
Chair, if you'd like to have a continued discussion, we certainly can. I'm happy to, engage in the conversation a little bit more if you'd like to, or not.
I'm okay.
Is that your
No, I think
discretion?
I've made my point.
Okay.
You're a chair, you decide.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I have no preference. I think it's your call, because if I were chair, I'd make a decision, but I'm not chair.
Okay. Yeah. Is any more late items?
I don't have
I have an executive session.
Yep, I forgot. I got three more, just a couple of them.
any.
Hang on, this will go quick. We got the Ford
This is
truck
one
is
on
down,
the
out of orange, now being repaired, getting brakes put on, so that's why it's not around, just so you know. You guys know what's going on. I will come in and make a recommendation for a sign ordinance for ODOT for 23 for the township lines. Because ODOT wants that sort of thing. And we've got someone that wants to interview for a road employment job. So we're gonna do that, and I will possibly be bringing that to the next meeting. And we'll continue on with it as far as we can, but we can't hire anybody or make it on job offering, so we have our next meeting.
Put that on the agenda.
Yeah, you can. I'm hoping it results in that. I think it will.
Did you want this on the agenda? Did you want this on the agenda?
What's that?
No.
What's that?
What he's here for?
Yeah. Put this in.
You can put it on the agenda, but you can also email me and I will reply via email.
Okay. Can I have a phone call also?
Not with me, but with Jerry Valentine, you can. Unless you would like to, if you'd like to engage through a prosecutor's office, you can.
He told us to reach out to him.
Okay,
We weren't, this getting blown away out of proportion.
okay. Well, you can have a phone call with Jerry Valentine, or you can email me and I'll reply via email, so that's in writing.
So so we reached out to them on his advice. This is getting blown away out of proportion. It's very silly. It's just, even if you say we don't offer zoning letters, you put it on letterhead, that's fine. It's just a lender requirement. And we've done 31 of these projects across 4 states. We've never not gotten a zoning confirmation letter. We just got one from Dublin last week.
All right, go on ahead and email that because we're not taking the comments right now, but I'll go ahead and reply to it before we leave today.
We have a time early in the meeting for public comment, and it's a problem if we do it other times. It really is.
And I was told to come later, so.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm the one that told him that we would discuss it at late items, so.
Oh, you did?
It's time to go to executive session.
Because you had asked to put on the agenda, and the agenda had already gone out. So,
I did ask to have it on the agenda and the agenda had gone out.
You did ask for it to be on tonight?
But it had already gone out.
Okay.
It was Thursday, right after it went out.
So it's technically a late item. Okay, what do you guys say?
Yeah. Hello, good evening. My name is Sean McMickle. I'm with Spire Development. My colleague Scott's the one who reached out. But, yeah, I'm just looking for a simple zoning verification letter. I don't know anything about the history of such requests or anything of that nature, but I know it sounds very trivial, but our lender just simply looks for a letter that says, you know, that as of the day of this letter, this parcel carries this zoning and these permitted uses. I had reached out to Jerry because I understood that he's the point person for zoning. We had a phone call with him talking about a prospective project that we would like to build at that property. And so he said that, you know, we don't offer those zoning letters, but, you know, feel free to reach out to the county prosecutor's office. They are our representation. We had asked, you know, do you have a in-house counsel that, you know, we could reach out to that does provide these types of letters? We just don't know. You know, we're just trying to figure out the processes. And so he said, oh, well, you know, the county prosecutor represents the township, so feel free to reach out to them. And so we did so, and then they didn't know what to do either, so they reached back out to the trustees and they added this late addition. And truly, all we're looking for is just, and I had sent Jerry a template, it doesn't have to be in that format, just trying to be helpful. Just to give an example of all we're looking for. So that's really all this is. There's no malintent, or I know if a county prosecutor reaches out that might seem menacing, that's not, it's just, we were just trying to figure it out. That's what we were told to do,
So, I'm not saying that this will happen, but if we sent a map that showed where this zoning, well, you're really talking about the overlay, aren't you?
Then, well, yeah, and let's be clear, what we did send was the map that included the exact parcel as being included in the overlay.
Well, because my concern is like that 5 feet that could be out of the map, that the part, because those, I'm assuming the map came from the auditor's office.
No, it was
So
the map.
that's the entire premise of zoning confirmation letters, is that zoning maps can be out of date. I'm not saying it is, I know what the zoning is.
Yeah.
But zoning maps are frequently out of date, and so before lenders are willing to extend millions of dollars.
Yeah, I'm not worried about our zoning map. I'm worried about what map you're saying the parcel is,
Sure.
because when you're saying parcel, it's usually the auditor's office parcel number.
That's what it
Yes,
was.
yeah,
Okay, so if you read on the auditor's office, that's not certified to being precise. So if it's a foot out of the line, our zoning inspector can't say that the entire parcel is included if it's not, because you're gonna have to do a legal description. And the legal description is not the parcel
Identification.
identification. And so that you might be able to ascertain. Do you have a legal description?
whatever's recorded with the county auditor's website, yeah, that would be totally.
Well, the county auditor doesn't use that because, and I know on my farm, it was off by 5 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not,
So you see the conundrum. Because you're saying, is it, and so if it's off by, if it's off by 5 feet and you come in here and it's denied because it's off 5 feet, you'll say, but you gave us this letter. Right.
well, so in the materials, it has the parcel ID number that has the zoning. In the zoning ordinance, it lists parcel numbers, and you can track that. And I know, I realize how silly this all sounds, but
So is the parcel number, is that in the map?
The map and parcel number included. Remember when we amended that?
But here's the problem with parcel numbers, is that I'll call it a child can be taken out of a parcel and one of the parcels can keep that number. So the auditor, if you have a map with the date of the,
That's what we did.
of the
Existing
adoption.
properties as existing as of the date of adoption. We have the map and then we have the parcel identification underneath that map.
Okay. So.
and we can just have that as an attachment.
Well, so here's what I'm confused on, Sean.
Uh-huh.
We gave you everything that you said that you
I
needed,
know.
and we attached the map and the parcel
I know,
for
I
you
know,
to
I know.
use.
I'm not
So-
trying to be difficult.
Well, and I know you're not, but I think anything beyond that is putting us in a situation where even if you were to give something, and you gave something back, and our zoning inspector thinks that they read it, something could later get added, something could later, there could be fine print that they don't understand, right? And so it should be us generating whatever verification it is that you want.
And some municipalities do that.
And
That's the case.
yeah, and I feel that we gave that to you guys. We gave you everything that you asked for except for Jerry's signature in the format that
On
you
the letter,
had
yeah.
wanted. So I guess what I'm not understanding is, and here we are now taking this time to invest in it. I guess I'm not understanding why that letter, and then if we do that, then we do have an obligation, I think, to do it for other folks. And I just don't think that there's no requirement of us to do that, and so I'm confused as to why we would do that.
Sure. one, I'm a little surprised we haven't gotten these types of requests.
Yeah,
It's always been a standard due diligence item, from my understanding, for developments. And so, but neither here nor there, we're just trying to meet our lender's requirements is all it is that we're just, they're
so how does
requesting
the
a
email
dated.
from the zoning inspector giving that information, how is that different than?
I don't know.
Why don't you try and give it to them?
What's
See
that?
why don't you try and give it to them?
So we did, and they requested, could you please, refer it to the on letterhead, and that is the truth.
It's just,
And so, some townships do charge fees, and that's fine, and others have their own template. We got one from the city of Dublin just a week ago that, they had their process, and it was on their format. I extended a template to Jerry because he said he was unfamiliar with it. It was just.
Do you have one from an Ohio township? Because we're not a municipality and we don't
Sure.
have the same.
Yeah, we do.
So could you send that to us? Because I want to see if there's a disclaimer on it.
Yeah, no, there's no disclaimer. It's the most simple, I know this is very silly, but it is the most simple letter you will ever see in your life.
So, it may not change things, but I'd like to see it.
yeah, that's fine.
You're in charge of zoning, so you gotta convince her, because, we can overrule her, but I'm not inclined to.
I do think too that as Berlin Township grows and development makes its way here, you're gonna be getting a lot of these types of requests. It's not a very rare thing to ask.
Well, and
And that's why a lot of
Yeah.
municipalities have a process in place for it, because they get it so often. So,
yeah. No, I hear you.
You know, if the township is similar in situation to us, that would be helpful.
I've even gotten them to where there is no zoning and they just say, please accept this letter as confirmation there is no zoning. That's not the case here, but.
Yeah, well, that one would be actually easy,
Sure.
because there's nothing to enforce.
Yeah, no, it's simply all we're looking for is just a letter that says this address, this parcel is in this zoning district.
We gave that.
And it's just on letterhead that's signed, that's all. That's the only difference. So, sorry to take all of your time and not trying to be argumentative or anything of the sort.
I think you're caught in a situation, but it's kind of like the other person, it may not be easily solved.
And two, if you're truly not comfortable doing so, if we could just get an email saying that in no circumstances will we provide a zoning letter, we can take that to them.
I can do that.
It's fine.
And then see how it goes, and then if not, then
Sure.
we may have to design, but it won't be quick, design.
That's the thing, is there's your Friday deadline, there's no way that, because if we're gonna implement it, we have to implement it for everyone, like I said.
Yes.
And so then that becomes a conversation which you've been,
So I don't want to mislead, I want to see that letter, not necessarily to get you what you want now, but to develop a process if we need to develop a process.
yeah,
Because if it's something that's going to come down the pipe, then we need
then we
to-
can charge and we can do
There you
this.
go,
we
and
can
we'll have
do
to
that.
hire staff and.
Exactly.
it won't
But
be
in the
cheap.
meantime, what we can do is I can have the zoning inspector write to you all and tell them that we don't provide zoning verification letters.
That'd be helpful.
Would that be helpful? Okay, and that way, at least you have something tangible to.
Yeah, and if they turn it back, then we can.
I mean, all of the same information is in that email, so.
I know, believe me, I get it. I wish I didn't have to compile all the materials.
Yeah, I feel for you. All right, thank you.
Okay, so is it G3 personnel?
G1.
Okay, I move that we go into executive session under RC 121.22 G1 for the purpose of hiring, firing, compensation, motion, discipline.
Second.
And the current fiscal officer and current board of trustees be present.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
Ram,
Yes.
Willard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes. I don't anticipate it taking too long.
Is there anything?
Not for me. I don't know if he's gonna have three more things.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any action.
I'm not,
I'll email you about Friday.
Did you want to take that stuff for me?
Do I want to what?
Take that stuff for me?
Oh, yeah, I could do that if you like. If you're not coming into town, it makes sense, and I am. I'm going literally
You
next,
offer.
Moving back now,
Yeah.
make a motion that we return to regular session from executive session.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
In executive session, no decisions were made and no actions were taken. Do we have anything else? Any business, old business, new business?
I do think that we need to, have Dave Rubinoff take care of an issue. So I move that we, allocate $1,000, for personnel issues to Rubinoff and the name of the company, for the purposes of personnel, and authorize Ken Ryan to oversee that work.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. I move to adjourn.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.
So we'll be off the air.
I am ready for supper.
That's it.
I need to sign any of this.